cables, and we are planning also to cover 3,000 villages with fiber optical internet cables, and we are working in collaboration with the World Bank. It's subsidizing the projects. It can be the telecommunication operators, and the amount to $100 million. Also, we have other projects of providing communication infrastructures of Republican and regional highways, and as a further support of developing the 5G technologies, we understand that we have our president's decree and his suggestions of developing telecommunications, and by 2027 we have to establish more than 3,000 telecommunication stations, and but recently it was said that it should be implemented by 2025. So I think we will discuss these topics with governmental bodies, and we have some tax privileges stimulations. It's about 90% discount for telecommunication operators, and we also take these measures actively. Thank you very much. As you know, to develop the telecommunication and industry, there are also the competitiveness. Bulat Asambetov, how do you evaluate competitiveness environment in Kazakhstan? So yes, when I read the news about news in Kazakhstan, and more focus was on competitiveness. Yes, last year we finished our analysis of labor, telecommunication labor market, telecommunication market, and we published the results of analysis, and we found out that we have three areas. It's one was a Kazakh telecom operator, which is a state, who takes 63% of the service in the market, and of course. Development of competitiveness is not good when the one operator takes the large percentage of service in the market. We also, in our suggestions, to offer more telecommunication operators and the companies to be in market in order to compete with other operators, and in our all documents indicated the more operators we have in the market, the more competitiveness level will be high. So yeah, as you know, if we have the competitiveness in the market, the quality will be high. That is the and the prices will be accessible and affordable. So I think in this direction we have to work and take active measures. Thank you very much. And continuing the topic of competitiveness, yes, we are in Kazakhstan. We are also planning to launching the 5G technologies, and in different countries, operators they looking for collaboration partners, and I would like to address to Ashat, Mr. Ashat, and as a pioneer of 5G operators, what kind of changes do you see? Are there any changes in behavior of the clients? Maybe you have some, clients use more traffics? Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for your question. I would like to say that 5G network, we are, yes, launching in Kazakhstan, and my colleague Sergey can join me. In a nutshell, I would like to say that in August we discussed about this topic in our summit. So I would say that the tendency of, at the moment, we, together with our partners, we established more than 1,000 network stations. We cover all Kazakhstan regions and try to meet all commitments. And at the moment, so we are working 10 or 11 months, and the full result of our work we can give, and our customers can also feel it, the results of our work at the end of this year. At the moment, but I would like to say that our customers they use 5G networking, and they use more traffics, and a lot of our customers, about the customers who use 5G is about 20%, but this tendency is gradually increasing and increasing fast. So also we say the overloading of 5G networks is not so high at the moment. Thank you for your question. Sergey, maybe you can share your experience about establishing the 5G or launching the 5G connections. Yes, good afternoon. And first of all, I would like to support my colleague Askhat's opinion. We are establishing these 5G stations together, and in each region of Kazakhstan. We are responsible for the establishment of 5G. And first of all, I would like to know that we have very limited period of time of establishing, and Askhat said that more than 1,000 stations were established, and we are trying to meet our commitments. As my colleague said, all regional centers were covered already with 5G, but now, as for current situation, how we establish the stations? First, we try to establish the 5G stations where we have more customers, more users. So where the customers have the ability, the mobile phones where they can connect to 5G. We do that because, first of all, we want to effectively use investments that we invested, and we try to cover the areas where people can really connect to 5G. And customer involvement to 5G is about 20%, but migration speeds that we supposed when we started our business and our project in 2022. So it was faster than we expected at the beginning of our project, but I think within 5 or 10 years, the most majority of people will have access to 5G, and we will feel it. And if we talk about the challenges during our project, I think they are the standard challenges in this area. We have challenges like building the stations in the cities, and those, for example, building the additional constructions in the cosmopolitan cities in Astana, in Almaty, and Shymkent. So I would like to note that together with other ministries, relevant ministries, we try to solve these challenges. Not all problems were solved, but we are trying to solve this problem. And maybe you also read in news telecom infrastructure that we had before in the past. That was not main focus of the cosmopolitan cities. Now city mayors administration, they try to focus on this infrastructure because the telecom is one integral part of the country, of the population, of the citizens of each city, for example. So that's why now we try to modernize all telecommunication infrastructures in the cities, within the countries. It's very important, and it will help us to accelerate, to improve our telecommunication networks. We have also additional regulatory questions related to Ministry of Healthcare. We have still the problems and issues that are not solved in the related of the power of each stations, the emission issues, I hope that in the near future we can find solutions which will be not costly expensive and gaining the experience from the international experience of our partners. I think we can in the near future improve this telecommunication sphere. Yes, you need yes, we need, I think, the representatives of the Minister of Healthcare system here. And Ashat, and you mentioned about the increasing of the number of users who use 5G is going fast. You said about that. Yes, in order to use the technology, I mean the 5G, we need more customers. Customers are not only those people who are ready to use 5G and pay for that, but they have to also enable devices to connect to 5G. And so consequently, the migration process, I mean from changing the old device to new one, is not so fast. So I would like to say that, but this migration rate nowadays is faster than comparing to the when we implemented the 4G networks. But by integrating 5G, now customers try to use 5G. That's why they quickly change their devices in order to be able to connect to 5G. I think that globally 5G is going fast, not only in Kazakhstan but around the world. I think it is going fast, 2 years advanced, and I checked the forecast SMG, and we also, I think, as a country, Kazakhstan, also going fast comparing to other countries in the world. So I think our customers also will accelerate this process. Yes, we are faster. We migrate faster in terms of the devices than Western Europe or North America, but we are slower than China because China is going fast in integrating the 5G technologies. So I think but anyway, we are also going fast. So what do you think? How long do customers use one device? And I think 1 or 2 years. After that, many customers try to update their devices, and I think there is also the important player is vendors, like how they quickly can integrate or implement new technologies or update to their mobile phones. And I think the technological producers they think that
no limits on providing it to the country, so there's basically no reasons for it to be broken. I think once again, in the coming 5 to 3 years, I think the majority of the clients who have smartphones will have access to 5G technology. Thank you. The next question is addressed to Nurlan. Nurlan, 5G connection is not about the radio and mobile operators, isn't it? Can you please share about how does the Kazakh Telecom encourage the implementation of this technology in the country? What are the plans? What's happening? What are the trends? Yes, thank you very much. Apart from my colleagues, I do not only I'm responsible. I just like to add a few words about the competitiveness in this area, and especially as it is said, with the technology, with the 5G technology being accessible, the operators are becoming much more flexible, and they are now ready to provide their service on a segment where the operators with fixed connection, basically they are able to provide services to home subscribers. With this regard, for the operators with fixed connection, it's becoming harder and harder for them because we don't have access to resources. Some technologies are forbidden, for example, like 5G. I don't think it's just the mobile connection 5G is technology, but I think it's a technology of a high quality radio access for subscribers. That's why I'm talking to my colleagues. I'd like to draw their attention, not just for them to do what they have, but for us to be able to regulate the market. The market of connection is not protected. There's no licensing. So this construction companies can just easily enter this market. They just build the optics. they don't have some sort of services, the ones we do. So just physically being able to sell physical resources, that's how they create a lot of competitiveness for us. That's how it makes it more complicated for the operators like such as ourselves. But the basis for 5G infrastructure connection creation is the transmission. For example, in technology 4G, the transmission requirements were not that high in terms of capacity. The gigabyte, there was about 10 gigabyte. We do like a full modernization, but in terms of synchronization, what we do is, as you are all aware, I don't know if we have the specialist of 4G. 4G it's FDD, and 5G is TDD technology, and that's why there's a synchronicity necessary in terms of the phase and the time to provide necessary access for all the subscribers. So we are investing quite a lot, and my colleagues from mobile segments will confirm this. We are creating quality infrastructure that lets the 5G connection work. If we are to look at the statistics, nevertheless, for a full circle service, it is necessary to build a more radio infrastructure. For example, I've just clearly calculated in like the leading countries, for example, there's about approximately, I'm not sure, I'll try to be exact, there's about 4,000. In some cases, there's about up to 5,000 websites. In South Korea, there's about 20,000 websites per million web users. So that's where we are falling behind. In the best cities, let's say we have 4.5 thousand websites with 5G. 4G. So we still need the infrastructure to keep building and building it all up. So that's how I'd like to make a request for the country and the regulators to fixate, to kind of attach it, allocate it to the fixated operators, because other companies start entering the market and then things get mixed up. Obviously, infrastructure is complicated. There's a lot needs to be done. So for the market not to become less like just a physical cable infrastructure, that's where the people who do construction, they think quickly and they quickly create and build, and that's how they build non-healthy, non-quality competitiveness. That's my brief. Thank you very much. As it was mentioned, the normatives of radiation are lower than in other countries, are different. That's how it's connected to the number of subscribers in the country. Another question for Nurlan: what do you think about the technology of a widespread access technology? In many countries, it was connected to this. The 5G connection development was connected to the optics and to the radio. In other countries, yes, obviously, the fixated mobile access, fixed viral access, it has two advantages. The first one is the service, that the service is provided here and now. Whenever you just want it, it has been installed to you, because I need to do the optics. I don't need to lose time and the resources for that. That's how it's obviously technology is beneficial. The second advantage is obviously broadband. And it's also providing it in those areas where installing the technology is physically not possible. So it's the geo zone. So mobile operators have the technology. It's the technology of future. So that's how we use it to connect it to the home subscribers. For fixed operators, it's not easy, because some technologies are simply not available, like 5G, or the density. The frequency is not enough. So we still continue on building the optics and doing the physical infrastructure and the cable canalization and cable optic infrastructures. And we do believe it is the future. And such as operators such as AT&T, they are moving away from FVA and moving the technology. This is kind of allocating technology into the mobile sector, because for the fixed one, it's not fully accessible. For example, if the company has one simple owner, owns everything, the owner, unfortunately, in our country, by the legislative law, it's not being supported. Although, if it was the right approach, if we are to approach it correctly, the service could have become like basic basis in those areas where it's hard to build. Obviously, we do use it, but the future is limited. Thank you very much. So we're keeping on about the competitiveness. I'd like to invite Evgeny to join us and add his view on the competitive market when a couple of operators have already launched it, for example, Beeline or something. Do you see 5G as a competitive advantage for KSL? What is your strategy related to this? Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Well, traditionally, I will become an opponent to my colleagues on the market. The biggest question is why? What for? We'll come back to the FEA technology and to the cases in the world. But let's just memorize what's 5G. It's higher speeds, more access, more devices which are turned on 1 square kilometers, and a low held up. These three metrics are the ones necessary where on the open pits, when they need the whole offloaders who are remotely controlled, or some devices which move on their own independently, and the technology is necessary probably, I don't know where else, you guys tell me. Absolutely no doubt is that for this kind of devices, LTE technology is enough. In most world cases, it's B2B cases. The only thing that is monetized in 5G in the world globally, and GSM are very well aware of this, but they kind of try to word it accurately. It's not saying it that it's the main. It's not the main. It's the only case. It's the FEA. It's fixed wireless access. What's fixed wireless access? It is an indoor internet. What we have for that is home internet from Beeline. We have optics for that. So in this regard, we are actually, in comparison to other members of the market, we create congruent, coherent products when we put many things into one project, one service. When the mobile internet, because it's mobile, it can be moved, right? It's not just in your house, but it's only on town, in the city, in the country, and both fixed internet at home, fixed. So it's one of our strategies as to how we respond to the suggestions of the customers, because the client doesn't care if it's 3G, 4G, 5G, doesn't really care. But what does the client need? Just needs to click on the button, get a taxi, get a cab, click on the button and watch a video and get a delivery and stuff. The more we have these kind of spots in the country, this kind of places in the country, the more Beeline will be able to cope with the main goal, with the main objective, which is providing connectivity. So in this regard, we are focused on this. That's our strategy, is to it's better to have LTE for everyone than having 5G just for some. So as a result of this strategy in Beeline as of today, is the biggest living places are connected to LTE. So we still have room to grow. We keep building the highways, which still cover small populated areas. So I'd like to express my respect to a regulator, because this program, 250 plus GSMA, has highlighted the program itself. So I think in my opinion, it's one of the most effective programs. So just look at it. 5 years ago, there wasn't 106,000 populated areas with LTE. There wasn't 1,000. The program appeared, so automatically we had 1,600 places. So automatically 1.5 people are integrated, not just in accepting, receiving the services, but are integrated in the economic life being of the country. Before they had no access to the internet, but now they do. So it's an absolute great initiative. So what are the other effects of 5G for a subscriber, for a user? So the ones who have tried it already, they are aware that the traffic increases significantly. It's something that clients have already felt, have noticed, because your mobile, when you top your phone up, it finishes quickly, like 3 times quicker. It's over. Askat Rakhatovic, as an expert in 5G development, he tells that the battery of your phone dies quite quickly. In case of iPhone, it's 2 times quicker than LTE technology with 5G. To be honest, as I travel to those areas where they have 5G, and the first thing what I do, I turn off 5G. This is my personal client experience. Asad would like to add something, I think. Yeah, thank you so much for you suggest a great something which is completely great for the clients instead of it's something like a coach, what you provide on a car. If we are to talk about the regulatory part in the development of 5G, my colleagues in the market have already mentioned it. The technology works quite simple. If we have this in this building, we have this If we have an antenna in this building, there will be connection. If in this building there will be no basic base station, there will be no connection. We're not magicians, we are technicians, we are physicians, we do physics. So although there are some attempts in the attempts of trying to change it, but we've already spent 2 years into adding these norms into the SNP construction requirements, but it hasn't yet worked on. I'll give you a sad example. In one of the Kazakhstan's capitals, during 8 months' time, there has been created a working group, which was a ministry was a part of this, and all of the best leading, the biggest deputies from mayors and mobile operators, everyone was there. We identified, not by the project was controlled by the presidency administration, so we've identified 100 white spots, blank spots. How many of them do you think we've closed? We've covered zero. We've covered zero. We only do the 10 of them, the ones we built ourselves. But something we've tried to do using such large, crazy amount of resources, the government is not even able to make themselves believe using all the resources. It's not just about the working group. We still have a lot of room to grow and what to do. It's not about that. Many countries do have a solution. Many countries have the frequencies, have the lands which are being allocated by the government. For example, in the case of China, many countries have a double reason port regulation, which happens in the large megapolises, metropolitan cities with high dense population. Obviously, that's where we need to work on that. But I'd like to say that Beeline each year invests more and more resources, time and energy in comparison to each past year. This year, last year in 2023, our capex investment has increased for about 30% in comparison to 2022. So obviously the majority of those investments are aimed at construction of the network. What we add about 500, 600 new websites. It's apart from the modernization process. So if you ought to talk about our readiness and our eagerness, what we have equipment on our warehouses. I am ready to install this equipment wherever the owner of that place shows me to. So we do these memorandums with the local mayor offices about the future coverage in villages and highways. So basically that's what we do in terms of the white spots. It's about something we do by covering low populated areas. I'd like to mention a great example about amazing regulatory action available in Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, we have a technological neutrality. Exactly because of what is a technological neutrality? In third world countries, they allocate the technology with the frequencies. For example, they say 2G is available on frequency of 800th frequency. 4G is not available on that. You need to purchase necessary equipment, new frequency for that. Although it doesn't really make sense because there is no technical limitations. In Kazakhstan, a couple of years ago, they removed this barrier, this artificial barrier, and that's how it kind of got correlated with something that when there was like a breakthrough of an LTE development, when the mobile operators were allowed to operate on any frequencies, on all frequencies, to install all sorts of technology. 2016 was the year. Before that, there was like double-digit coverage, and like 20-30% was LTE. After that, once all of the players got involved, in a couple of years, the coverage has increased significantly. So what I suggest for the regulators is to just continue this great practice. It's because in case with the 5G, the technological neutrality is absent, I do believe is one of the steps that will allow to increase the competitiveness, to kind of add up more values, to encourage growth in this segment. Thank you. It's an absolute great practice, great experience. It's one of the basic things that needs to be done for the connection network development, is technological neutrality. So as a GSMA, you can see it yourself, right, how the absence, the presence, availability of this kind of regulation encourages of those limits, for those limits to be faded away. So only in the most non-developed countries these kind of limits still present. So I too agree. But if we were to look at the global experience, whenever there's a new technology, that's exactly when the regulators first start thinking, as in they can't just make decisions for future regarding the technology which is not there yet, but in a retrospective, yeah, they have to do this. They have to implement this technological neutrality. There are some countries with 5G are only developing the technology according to the previous generations. For example, for the regulators, there is no chance to do the neutrality in C-band, new frequencies, 350 or 380 millimeters. And that's when these kind of decisions let the 5G develop into previous and old frequencies, diapasons. For example, in the US, the T-Mobile operator develops 5G within the diapason of the previous network connection.
Есть 3 игрока вот исторически сильных, высокая конкуренция среди них, и есть, ну вот.
I think there's like a dark horse that wants to enter the market.
Понимаю, да?
So, Kairat, could you please So can you please share your plans, Kairat? Yeah, we would like to say that first of all, and the businesses for Kazakhstan, I would like to share the information. So our choice is the obvious to build the networking stations from the scratch and. So 2 operators, they are working in transport networking based on the main state operator. But we understand that with our approach, with our it's easier to build the network from the scratch using if we get the frequencies. But we have not received the frequencies yet. But I would say like we are playing without the balls now, but we build B2 or fiber optics, and we sell B2B businesses, and for the fixed market there is no some serious illnesses, serious limits, but those fundamentals that we have, basics that can modern operators can work. As Evgeny Ivanovich said, that maybe we do not need now the 5G, but anyway, but currently, I mean, for example, if you compare LTE and the 5G, it depends on the population density and the rating of the using 5G, and in the high frequency of the 5G. To serve the dense, for example, populated areas, and we also look for different technologies like establishing the Wi-Fi in concert halls and other things. We get, for example, the permission to start the, for example. In airports, so that's why I think we are like also working with data centers, telecom stories, and in some centers, data centers, they are developing also their internet technologies. So I think now Kazakhstan is on 100th position in the fixed speed of the mobile telecommunication. So I would like to say that we develop some e-government platforms. So we want Kazakhstan to be in the 10 tab. Follow-up questions. So you mean using the satellites? Yes. When we say from the basic stations, like we have LTE and 5G. But what about the price? Price will be cheaper. Yes, it will be cheaper than satellite telecommunications. Thank you very much. So now my question will be in English because I will ask Mr. Yakub Ibrahim
to participate at this beautiful event. I think everybody knows that Jakub is coming from Singapore, and Singapore to a certain extent is another planet in comparison with Kazakhstan. For example, Kazakhstan is 3,000 times bigger than Singapore. At the same time, population-wise, it's only 3 times bigger, and there are certain commonalities on the markets, telecommunication markets in Singapore and in Kazakhstan. And so there are 4 operators, right, as far as I know, in Singapore. So can you share a little bit on your experience? You have an extensive experience in telecommunications industry. So what are the main drivers of the industry development, and how competition stimulates this development?
Thank you, Excellency, and thank you for having me here. I'm the only person on this panel who was not an operator. I used to be part of the regulator in Singapore. It's a very good question. We are a small economy but vibrant, and I was responsible for introducing the 4th operator in Singapore. And the reason we wanted to do that was to actually, forgive me, kick the behind of the other 3 operators to innovate. Without competition, they will not innovate. So we brought in an Australian company called TPG on my watch. And as a consequence of that, all the 3 telcos cut their prices because they were profiteering. Mm-hmm. So in a way, we actually wanted to lower the market so that more people can come in and to allow affordable services. On the other hand, we were also looking for innovation, right? And so the only way to innovate, in our own experience, is that we have to put our money where our mouth is. So the government invested heavily for innovation in telecommunications industry. There are grants available for the telcos to adopt, to apply for, by which they can then develop new services. In terms of 5G, I'm proud to say that we have full coverage in Singapore since last year. We, in fact, do not use a beauty contest in terms of allocation of the spectrum. It is by allocation, direct allocation to 2 operators on a standalone basis. Because we believe only on a standalone basis that we can develop better services. So the idea of 5G was not to allow all of us to have 5G on our phone and do games and video stuff, and it's really for industrial application. Mm-hmm. And so we gave it to 2 big telcos, 15 to 16 years. I told you it was 20 years, I was mistaken. It's 15 to 16 years, and to develop application. And the applications are now coming out. At the same time, we are now going to start an auction for some of the other bandwidth to allow what we call the service layer, so that more people can come in and offer more services. So 5G is now available in Singapore, but the use cases are seen more in the industrial application. As one final example, Excellency, Hyundai has a factory in Singapore working with 5G solution developed by one of the telcos, over 100 robots. They needed only 200 people to man the whole factory to assemble the electric vehicle in Singapore. The parts come from all over the world, but the assembly is done in Singapore.
So how many people at the factory?
Sorry?
How many people at the factories?
200.
200 only. Oh,
5, and there's tons of robots all using 5G solution. So it's Hyundai, they are proud of it, and we are proud of it. Our Deputy Prime Minister launched the factory last year in November. But there are more other applications which are coming out, including government. Mm-hmm. Right? We're also driving 5G applications in government, basically. Last year, about 5.5 million subscription to 5G. We're hoping to increase that. I'm still on 4G because my contract is not expired. Once it's expired, I will change to 5G. Most people have actually accelerated the expiration of the contract so they can be on 5G. But as I said earlier, our interest is not in the residential market, it's really in the commercial market. So that's how we build competition in the industry, Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much for your answer. So now I would like to talk about the price ranges. Evgeny said that in 5G monetization, it is a big issue. So globally, when we analyze, there are in many countries, we see the trend until 2022, when 5G was dominating. We said that there was a decreasing the prices of RPU, and but now trend is changing. Now the average price for the mobile communication is increasing. So now Kazakhstan is actively trying to integrate the 5G. Bolat, my question for you: do you worry about these price ranges? Thank you for your question. Yes, we are monitoring constantly the prices for mobile communications, as you told last year, and until the mid of 2022, all our telecommunication operators, they are increasing their prices, and in average they increase it from 7 to 57%. They increased the prices for mobile communications, and there are a lot of complaints till nowadays. Customers complain that about the increasing of the prices. They are not proved because we had also tried to monitor and help to decrease the prices, because these telecommunication operators price before it was controlled by the government, but now they are in free market. So now we also gave some 5 recommendations about the prices. Some operators, they decreased the fixed prices, but others are not. We are investigating the cases. The anti-monopoly agency, they are investigating why operators, telecommunication operators, they are increasing the prices, and as a result we will inform the population about the results of the investigation. Thank you very much. I think outside there are some parties started, but we have a serious topics to discuss. Ashat, my question for you, and so you like answering the difficult questions. What factors can affect the prices of telecommunication services? Can you just in detail tell us price ranges? Thank you very much. I know, yes, you said that I like answering the difficult questions. So if you talk about the price ranges and the price formulation, so, and I will talk you theoretical part and the practical part. In my opinion, there are several factors that affect. First of all, tariffs should be formulated on the demands and suggestions, based on demands and suggestions, and its economic general rules. And so it depends on the affordability of the population and the quality of the product for the population. And I think here I see in this situation we know that about 60% of the market is dominated by the one operator, and we can predict that that there is a participation of the government that they regulate the prices. But I support a liberal model when the prices are formulated based on the demand and the supply. So but also I would like to add that I know that now government tries to control the prices in this sphere, but in case of the demonopolization, there are only 3 huge players in the market. I think the market should be liberalized. It's my position, it's my opinion. From practical parts, 5G is expensive. It's fact. Nurlan Kemalовich mentioned about that. And if we say in KCell company, half of the station, they are connected to optical cables. So consequently, we understand for 5G, this is not enough for 5G transportation. So we need more investments. And Kazakh Telecom can affect because maybe they have more fiber optical cables connections. Furthermore, I can say that the volume of the internet traffics and the equipments needed for the internet will be increased, and I would say that it is increasing very fast. And if we compare all past years, KCell, for example, built around 501,000 stations. It was enough to meet customers' needs. But in some period now we understand that customers' needs were increased 2 times, and we try to meet them. So that's why we have to provide these needs of the customers. And in our consortium, I think we can meet and satisfy the customers' needs, and the level of the expenditures of by appearing the 5G. I think the demand will be high, 2 times more, and the establishing the new technologies. Building the basic stations for 4G and 5G is different, and there is a huge difference. It depends on the weight of the equipment of the stations. It depends on the conditions that can support these stations, and it consequently will increase all other necessary things. I think here in current situation we have the choice. We can regulate the prices and keep it artificially, but in one moment the attractiveness of this sphere will be decreased, and it will need more investment, and then in 5 or 3 years in the future, it will be like the capital investment trend will be decreased. So that's why I think it will give some closed circle, and the customers will be dissatisfied with the price, with the quality. So I know that in terms of the connections and the networks for our population, tariffs, like the prices, can't be increasing all the time. In this paradigm, we see from these 3 operators in the market who can quickly make decisions and effective decisions, they will be a winner. So that's why in this case those who will offer good conditions, good prices, and good quality, they will be in demand. So for example, our young generation, they need utility. They need a high quality internet. So that's why we will focus on the quality of internet more. Of course, yeah, I want to add my opinion. Arithmetical side, we confuse the price of the packages of mobile communication and the consuming of the services. The real price of the consuming service is the megabytes that our population consume. In the Republic, for example, the price for 1 megabyte is decreasing. But if you talk about the regulatory sides, integrating the regulating, for example, if we want to regulate the petroleum prices, we just set the special price ranges for petroleum. But regulation of the mobile communication prices in the market per minutes or per megabytes, we can't say that the increasing prices for the mobile communications, they will be increased by 30–40% a year. And it can be fixed 6 years ago, but the average increasing of the prices for mobile communication will be 30% per year. And it will be not the same RPUs that we see in the market today. And it will be significantly higher than it was in previous years. So that's why we shouldn't confuse the packages, that tariff packages that we have offer for our customers. And in network, we can see that the consumption of the internet is increasing by 30% per year. Conditional, we can say we have 1 million customers. Yesterday, these 1 million customers consumed 10 gigabytes, but in 1 year, it can be increased to 13 gigabytes. So, but we have 1 million customers. The number of customers did not change it, but their consumption of the internet, it was increased from 10 gigabyte to 13 gigabyte. So we have to understand it clearly. There's those operators who can cope with the increasing consumption rate of the internet. They will be in the market. We have to cover all highways of the Republic. We have to cover all regions in Kazakhstan. So in order to keep pace, so in the market, it is also challenging for operators. It is difficult. Also, I want to add some points. When we talk about regulatory agencies or regulating the prices, it is important to understand that in regulatory system it is predictable, but we can't.
For us to say like 6 months ago, saying no, we will be doing the auction and betting everything frequencies only on the auction. But then 6 months later, we can saying that no, we will only do the auction among 3 to 5, or like, and then we'll do the we'll install the technical neutrality. In that case, every single next stage is going to be so hard for the investors to make decisions. As in, what do they have to do? Do they need to pay right now for the government like hundreds of $millions to get the right to invest to this technology, which we believe in? We have different attitudes. It's completely commercial, completely commercially competitive position whenever there's a player who believes into this technology, and then players in our case. But there are also, actually there's more than 2 of us here, 2 more players. We all do believe in 5G, except for our colleagues from Beeline. Yes, some do not believe in it, and they obviously do have the right for that. Obviously they do. Why do we have to make the regulation fit to those who believe it's not convenient to launch the technology? So having the companies who are ready to invest. So in terms of the regulation, it's extremely important it's very important for it to be forecastable. So there's just a couple of words about the experience of my colleagues from Singapore. Comparison of the average bill of the clients in the Singapore and the ones they pay and the ones who pay in Kazakhstan. Obviously, it's impossible to compare them. I believe hundreds and hundreds times, 4 times. I actually checked it. RPU in Singapore is 4 times higher, but the capex is twice higher. So it's going to be about 8 to 10 times the difference, right? To the effectiveness, the influence of the operators. So whenever there was a case that required the appearance of a 4th player, maybe that's the case. But in terms of the average RPU in our region is completely different. It's changing slower and slowly, but the temps not as to in the speed. So that there needs to be an intervention of a regulator, so that the monopolization mechanisms that are being applied, they will include something new, something new to this whole story. But the trend on the market is the otherwise. It's the opposite. On the telecom market, it's about the consolidation. If we were to look at the planet Earth, if we were to look at what's happening in the countries of different size and scale countries, the trend is about consolidation, and it's not related to the companies being so rich, so that someone's not being let into the market, but it's related to the fact that the level of the barrier for the capital investment is extremely high, and the return on those capital investments is lowering year by year in the industry. So it's an objective trend. So the investment attractiveness is also suffering. So if we were to talk about the interest of the new players, of the new companies, it's a unique story. It's really a unique story. When we are talking about our wish to build one of the operators solely based on one technology, that's when the story becomes extremely unique, because we do have an operator on the market who offers to their clients services on a 5G technology basis in an isolated format. We could take that and use it in some other cities. Maybe there is a meaning in this, but when we're talking about the other borders, obviously the usage of for the industrial purposes of the standalone approach, it is reasonable, it's correct, and we are ready to discuss this with the industries in the country, the realization of this kind of cases on production purposes. Obviously, there is no challenge or exclusivity on this. We are doing this. We're making this happen as a private network for a specific production. So whenever my colleagues from any industry will have interest in the country, will have interest in this kind of cases, we are ready to make this happen already. Like as of right now, we have the resources, we have the technology, we are able to build this kind of connection networks. This could be possible without the implementation of any additional licenses or anything other neutralities or any other additional regulations. So that's where we are free to do whatever we want. That's where the government and we will support the government in terms of creating the access to this technology. Us, as the operator, as the infrastructure, as the technicians, and as physicists, we have the chance to give opportunity to come to life to those cases. So, but what happens if we are going to be just stand still and wait for these cases to occur in the US or other countries? Once the case occurs, we understand, okay, we need this in the country and it adds a value to the economy, but we have to spend about 2 to 3 years to build the necessary networks, because it's hard work. But if we are to make this happen as a post factum, we are gonna fall behind. But right now, as an industry, as the two operators, as the two government operators, we are investing into the future of the republic, so that whenever this kind of cases occur, but then they will occur, so that when they occur, the infrastructure is ready. That's exactly what we're doing, but at the same time, we are improving the client experience for all of our clients. They can see this, they can feel it, and we're aware of it. And that's where it says that the demand provides the supply. Evgeny, I do believe we have to let you go earlier because we had some clashes on the timeline. We started a bit late. So maybe, how about we talk about the traffic a little bit? Since we touched upon this, about it affecting the pricing. Nurlan, maybe you tell us about how it happens, since Kazakhtelecom is like the bloodline, you know, it's the basis for communication in Kazakhstan about the usage and consumer. Yes, obviously, I'd like to add just a few words to what my colleagues have said. The thing is that in Kazakhstan, we have a few generations of mobile cell connection being exploited. Although in the countries, in the big cities, there's no need to call a phone just a phone, because it's actually like a mini PC which has access to internet. But the connection has all the switchings necessary, and my colleagues have to pay. They have the same expenses on renting for the electricity, but they have the websites that do not support the access to the internet, and there's quite a large amount of them. I'm not going to say the exact numbers, but let's say there's 20,000 websites in the country. Yeah, maybe 10 to 12,000 of them do support these packages, but the rest are non-suitable. But they're going to have to support because we have the users, we have the regulations. That's why, in this regard, I would turn to the regulators. Maybe the next program will be about the developing the mechanisms of support to and help to the connection operators, so that they have the chance to get rid of the obsolete technologies, and so that the network, the net, the cell connection, mobile connection becomes like a full-scale service. So that's when the monetization level will rise, the revenue will increase, the amount of monetized base stations will increase significantly. So it's not the right thing to calculate the tariff because of the megabytes and stuff, but the resources should be included because they need to be supported, these resources. But what about the traffic that our company provides, if we are to say, the right way. We provide the internet not only to our subscribers. We have about 1,800,000 subscribers, but to other mobile operators as well. They have a little more of them. I'm not sure how many millions. It's a commercial secret, let's say. So it's quite a large amount of subscribers. So there's about 3.7 terabyte traffic. The majority, more than half of it, about 60% of them is being localized traffic. So it's not about the type of the traffic or whether it's being localized or not localized, but the source of the traffic. 80% of traffic is from the big tech companies. It's it's companies like Google, YouTube, well known to everybody, Meta and Facebook, Instagram, and so on and so forth. Amazon and Netflix, known to everyone. So 80% of the traffic in the network, which we process, the one we see, it's for our users, for the users of mobile cells. It's a traffic from the big tech companies, about 3 terabytes. Then there's about 1.5 terabyte which left. That's the traffic for downstreams. The structure is quite similar if we are to extract that traffic from those companies, from the big tech. So like the total amount will be about 85 to 90% traffic, which is from the big tech companies. If we are to see which one is the most popular among this, which one is in the highest demand, is the traffic from 2IS. It's the Google autonomous company, it's YouTube, and the traffic which comes from the Meta, Facebook autonomous. It's the most popular services, and actually the access to those quality networks, by the access to those services, that's how we can value the quality of the network. I can approximately say how does the traffic allocate among the country, distribute. It goes mostly to the mobile nets. About 2 terabyte is the fixed networks, because we do have like the lane, which is a little higher. So if we are to talk about the YouTube traffic, we have a good detector. An indicator is like a good, and last year it was about 8 megabyte. The 8 video, like for a user, it was about 8 megabyte. This year it's about 9.7, about 10 megabyte. So in general, all the networks, the ones we are responsible at least for, they have become much more effective thanks for the 5G, thanks for us switching to the optics and other optimizations, because the quality has increased from in terms of a good point standpoint, and in terms of a volume, the scale of consuming. If I talk about the parameters, the 80% of the traffic in high definition format, it's high indicator, it's a very high indicator, and in a low definition, as we say, we call it the low quality content traffic, it's 4%. So I kind of relate this to the fact that there is still, we have the DSM connection, and we still have the 3G, maybe we have other segments of the network which have been overloaded. Well, that's how the situation looks like. If we talk about the local traffic, in our network we have about 100 gig. The ones we get from a period colleague, Spirit, Tait, they generate a very low traffic. It's a transactional traffic. It's about 2 to 3% traffic. So all of our networks only work mostly to process and deliver the traffic from big tech companies. Thank you very much. As Eugenie has mentioned, if we don't have LTE coverage all over the country, it's going to be quite hard. We do have some questions from the room, from the audience hall. Let's give them a chance. I think it's going to be mostly from professionals. So I think we'll have quite a few questions. Let Yerzhan comment on that as well. Yes, Tahir, I'd just like to add something that I've been watching the discussion between the CEO of the telecom operators and according to their attention, according to what they say, what they think about the 5G development, there's this analogy that's about KSL and Tele2. They bought new cars and they just switched to those new cars. And Eugen just says, I'll keep driving the old one, but I want to restyle my car. So that's when Khairat says, yeah, your cars are not that good. I'll switch to an electric car and I'll drive in. So it's a discussion. That in my position is that I like the discussion, but I can see that we have some positions. Some of them, as a telecom operators, are looking for optimized methods. Obviously, it's clear that this is the technology that all of the operators are going to have to switch anyway, this way or the other, to not fall behind on technological process and development. Let me just add something about the cars you mentioned, about the Finn cars from Finland, about the cars. In the last 3 months, the revenue of Ericsson has dropped to about 40% in comparison to last year. This is public data, available public access data. So the CEO has said that it's all of this is related to the lowering of the investment into 5G, which he forecasts will keep going in 2024. So it's not about the beeline or restyling. It's a global trend, because as you all know, what does Ericsson, what the share of the market has in the technology, in the 5G technology in the market. Once the Chinese suppliers have left, the whole Western Europe, Northern Europe, they all use Ericsson and Nokia a little bit. So 40% year by year, the net profit is dropping significantly. All of that can be seen in letting go of a number of employees. About 14,000 employees have quit. 8,000 people have declared that they're going to quit working for the company. The shares in both companies are dropping. So one of the pioneers of the 5G technologies realization are the pilot ones are in China, in Korean. So for the past 4 years, they have fully launched this system. SK Telecom has said that 5G hasn't been able to achieve its ambitious goals. So us, as a private operator, we are closely monitoring our investment, and we clearly understand where and how we need to invest. As my colleagues have mentioned, we have about 1,000 websites have been launched on 5G. Let me share a secret. The revenue, the expense on each website is about $100,000. It's Ericsson vendors such as Huawei, Nokia. They sell the basic station equipment and all of the additional expenses. Obviously, maybe they could spend save some money. Apart from the frequencies where the country took about $350 million, so it's more than $500 million in a total. But the story about the RPU...
Average revenue in your market. What is your average revenue per user, ARPU? Yes, in absolute terms.
For Singapore?
Yeah.
I don't have the figures, I can check.
But
pretty good.
$20.
$20. Еще раз представьте себе, с
It's per connection, not
imagine
about 30, because some have 2 SIM cards.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
То есть каждая сим-карта
So each SIM card is about $20 per month. But if you ask me, or if you ask Tele2 or Kcell, do they purchase something, equipment which is cheaper in Finland than, for example, in mobile operators in Singapore? What is the answer, my dear colleagues? So we pay even much more than this. You know why? Because it's in the US dollars, not in tenge. So we pay it's much more expensive. It's because we save up on the scale. They purchase much more stations. And that's where, even though our RPU is much more higher, is completely different, sorry, to 2020. I think we have this panel discussion is called "Let's Convince Beeline to Launch 5G." I think that's how our panel is called. I think the competition is clear, the difference in positions is clear, the ambitions are absolutely clear. So the time will show, as it is said. I can say something on the otherwise, because the level of expenses by the operators, for example, even in 5G, has increased. Is now far from $1 billion. 100, because the speed of the frequency, it depends on many things. Ericsson is quite connected to the USA. The USA has a problem with launching the diapason, which it reminds us of something, but this does not stop us. We are still launching it even on a limited frequency resource of 5G. But in America, they have some little details and peculiarities about this and challenges. Nevertheless, again, the operators are not letting this technology go through, and in our country, the auction has gone. There was an auction on a medium price, at a median cost. There was nothing like there was nothing like an overpriced or low price, underpriced cost. The alternative operator who took part in the auction was ready to pay to something like 0.5% lower than the price. So, in my what I see now is that the ambitions of my colleagues have lowered, but within the auction there was a distance in about 0.5%. I will explain why wouldn't we want to pay the same right now. It's because we would get the monopoly for a year and a half. So you guys overpaid for that. Well, it's not 1.5. It's 0.5%. So it's a market. So the signs of competitiveness, there's few of them on each stage. So we've competed for the frequencies as a free operator. The position with a private operator is quite different. So wherever you guys put it, whatever you guys do, wherever you put it, there's like a full list of requirements for a great, fully competitive fight. We literally have a few more minutes left. I think there were some questions from the room. Do we have the mic for the room? Can we please have the mic?
Hello, my name is Nana Sandruna. I would like to ask all operators. My question is, when you increase the quality of the internet in Almaty, we need stable internet. Okay, when the users they call you, like for example, in internet is not in high quality, but in businesses, in business centers, people, they have problems with internet quality. What is happening? Can you answer this question? When you are going to improve the quality of the internet in Almaty? Askhad? So because now there was a Beeline's representative said that you said that you don't need 5G, 4G is enough for the person, for customers to use the internet, but the people who work in office, he can't call using the via internet. They can't make online calling. Yes, I'm ready to answer your question. I would like to say that don't generalize the situation, because each situation should be considered individually. We have the statistics, how many people address it to our call center. I have also my hotline, and we analyze the customers' complaint. We know our weaknesses of our operator. If we look at, yes, in some cases we have challenges. We agree with the customers that sometimes quality is not good. But there are some objective reasons. It is first some legislative norms, time to market and building the sites from 6 to 12 months. It takes from 6 to 12 months to build a site. So that's why in order to, for example, Evgeny Ivanich, in two weeks we can't build a new station and a new site. So that's why, because we have some special regulatory requirements. And after that we have our population's mood, I would say. For example, our population, they are afraid of radio waves, radio wave phobia, radiophobia. And we just have to elicit basic stations in several places in Almaty, because people think that radio waves are dangerous for their health. And when we just when we reconstruct these bases, it also time consuming and it's financially wasting. So that's why, of course, it is expensive. It's so it depends on how is the owner of the builder could agree with the operator Beeline to build a new station or radio wave stations. So I would say that mostly we are responsible for the quality of the internet, speed of the internet before the internet goes to your building. So if you want to have a good internet in your business center in the building, so it depends on the building's construction, whether this building is built of glasses or metal or bricks. So transition of the signals can be weak depending on the construction buildings materials. All three operators. So the highest speed of internet was in Sergei Viktorovich, because he established indoor internet. And second place, we have the basic station here. So it depends on the indoor internet. And next is about there are many factors of quality of the internet. Let's talk individually. I'm ready to answer all your questions. Yes, I also want to add and answer your questions. For example, here, if we have antennas in this room, we will have a good internet or high-speed internet. But if in this room we don't have any kind of equipment like antenna, of course we will have the problem with internet. What about the malls that you mentioned, business centers? It is obligatory to have indoor equipment, indoor internet in the business centers or malls. Please tell us your business center's address. We can add or establish additionally equipment, but it depends on the owner of building. If he doesn't allow us to come into and establish the equipment or antenna, we can't do it. So that's why it's important to get permission from the owner of the business center. So it is named as regulation. Regulation is approved by the state. So that's why we have a lot of factors. If your business center is multi-floor, consists of several floors, everything higher than fifth floor, also you can have problems because antennas is directed to down. So also, yeah, I would like to add, colleagues, you talked about the physics here, so I want to come back to competitiveness. So as an operator, if I'm interested in business center and if I know that there are a lot of people using my mobile communication, so I'm ready to come to pay to business owner and not to permit Beeline and KSL come to this building, because it is competitiveness advantages for me. So that's why, while I have contract with this business center, Beeline cannot increase the speed of internet and the quality of internet. So it depends on how we cover the territories, how we cover the areas. It is also, we call it elements of competitiveness, competitive fighting in the market. So the high quality internet, we can't say that all operators have a good high quality internet, but we shouldn't forget about competitiveness. because our strategy is different. Development strategy is different. So that's why pay attention to this too. So if we, for example, combine our infrastructure together, and we will compete only in brands. For example, if we build one networking for all three operators, but it's impossible. Every operator has their own networking, own. So please, this question arose because you said that our task is just to provide internet before the building, right? But people don't know about that. When the people see that their mobile communication prices is increasing, they will complain about it because they do not have clear understanding. So yes, so that's why I'm telling you, it's like one operator can have a good cover of the internet, but another one not. So that's why it's matter of competitiveness. We have an open market. Also, I would like to add, as a regulatory measures, as my colleagues mentioned before, according to the measurement of the quality inside the indoor, we do not measure the quality. We can measure the quality or speed of the internet outside only. So because it depends on many factors, as I said. For example, the signal cannot go through the building because of some building materials, construction materials. So now we are planning to identify the certain criteria for the business center building owners or trading malls centers, because these owners should make their decision on establishing the indoor equipments. So we can't explain to people that if the speed of the internet is good outside but not inside, so we have to explain that it depends on the building. And so unfortunately we are out of time. So we are going to finish our session. Thank you for all speakers. Thank you for participants.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим. Через несколько минут форум начнет свою работу. Благодарим за внимание. Dear participants, please switch your phones to silent mode. The forum will start in a few minutes. Thank you for your attention. Құрметті форум қатысушылары, сіздерден телефон дыбысын басып қоюды сұраймыз. Аздаған минуттан соң форум өз жұмысын бастайды. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Уважаемые участники, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим. Через несколько минут форум начнет свою работу. Благодарим за внимание. Dear participants, please switch your phones to silent mode. The forum will start in a few minutes. Thank you for your attention. Қатысушылары, сіздерден телефон дыбысын басып қоюды сұраймыз. Аздаған минуттан соң форум өз жұмысын бастайды. Назарларыңызға рахмет.
Кликер. Кто у нас с этими, со слайдами? Со слайдами, знаешь? Так, уважаемые гости.
Dear guests, we are sorry for delaying our panel session. Now we can start.
Все, да? Все. Хайырлы күн.
Dear participants, welcome to our forum. My name is Yermanov Yersultan. And today is the welcome to our session. We will talk about the digital technologies and its implementation in different spheres, and we help them to integrate it in different spheres in order to discuss the best practices in implementing them.
Digital adoption. Привет.
Once again, I welcome you to our session on acceleration of digital technologies. Today, we are here to discuss the strategies, innovations, and best practices that help us to accelerate implementing the digital technologies in different spheres, especially in governmental agencies. Let me introduce our speakers, Stina Lawson, the Minister of Digital Economics in Tozolok Republic. Tigran Sarkisyan, Deputy Chairman in Eurasian Development Bank. Natalia Mochu, Regional Director of International Association of Electricity Networks. And Rostislav Kanyashkin, he is a chairman of our National Technologies Company. So now let's go to the speakers' presentations and start our live discussions.
Strategies you consider most effective? Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. So I'm the Digital Transformation Minister of Togo. And the role of our ministry, so Togo has a strategy to become a regional hub. And we, as a government, we have developed 42 projects. And 3/4 of these projects had a digital component. So every ministry throughout the administration had their own project, but with a digital component. And so as the Ministry of Digital Transformation, we were tasked to come up with a strategy. How do you bring about change in a setup where you actually have to come up with a strategy? So we came up with a strategy. The first question we asked ourselves was, why is digital transformation important in Togo? And our answer was, it is important because we think that's the only way to better include our citizens within the economy and within the country. So by using these tools, we think we can very quickly or quicker reach development. So we built a strategy based on 3 pillars and 9 programs. We said the first pillar, we called it the fundamentals. What are the basic things that needs to be done in terms of to achieve digital transformation? We said, number 1, we need to have the infrastructure. Most of the time when we think about connectivity and Africa, it's all about mobile technologies, because that's where Africa was able to really develop its infrastructure. And so as a country, and Togo is a good example because we have 4G everywhere, and mobile connectivity pretty much covers the population. But Africa is also a continent where you have a very young population. 50% of Africans are below the age of 18, and 75% are below the age of 35. So if you understand that, the challenge for us is employment. And so when you talk about digital transformation and employment, you have to think of fixed infrastructure such as fiber infrastructure. And we all know that the cost of deploying fiber is way more important than mobile technologies. So number 1, in our strategy, we said we need to make sure we have the right infrastructure and the right equipment. And obviously, you need to do it in partnership with the private sector. But you need to also come as a government, as a state, to support investment and to de-risk it. So that's number 1. The second program that was very important for us was to give a biometric and digital identity to all Togolese. Today, a lot of people remain not identified, and the best way to identify is using biometric IDs. So we had a partnership with India, and we're using their MOZIP platform, which is a platform which was based on their own identity, biometric identity program, and they developed a platform that we're now using. So this month, February, we're launching this biometric ID project. The third component is that we said we need to have a social registry in which
Социальная регистрация.
are going to be, not only all our identified citizens are going to be listed and segmented in order for us to develop policies based on people's revenues and so on. And it was our digital transformation strategy was built and developed during the pandemic. And it became very important for us to have objective ways to segment population based on their level of education, their revenues, and so on. So the third program for our digital transformation journey is to build a unified social registry. So that's the first pillar. The second pillar, we said, in terms of digital transformation, what else do we need to do? Well, we said we need to focus around individuals, citizens. And we came up with 3 programs. The first program is the digital transformation of public services. So we built a portal called servicepublic.gouv.tg, which aims to have all the processes of the public sector on a single window. And so we have started, so in Togo we have 600 processes, and so far we fully digitized 20. So the challenge we have is how do we accelerate this transformation? Obviously, we created an agency in charge of digital transformation, but what we realized was that this agency cannot, digitize the 600 all at once and alone. And so the pathway for us to accelerate the digital transformation of this public sector is through partnerships, and that's also one of the reasons that we're here in Kazakhstan today, is saying how can we partner with Kazakhstan. We have partnerships with Estonia for the interoperability platform and so on. And so number 1 program, the digital transformation of public service. Number 2, the digital transformation of education and health. And number 3, it was the digital transformation of payment. And again, for payment, we thought that maybe partnership with Kazakhstan could make sense, and discussions are ongoing, we shall see. And the third pillar of our digital transformation strategy is really around creating wealth, supporting the private sector through 3 programs. The first is to digitize key sectors of the economy, such as agriculture. Agriculture is very important in Togo, but also financial services and logistics, because we have the deepest seaport of West Africa, so it's very important for us to digitize logistics, for example. The second program is really about supporting the ecosystem, because we have a lot of young people, like I said earlier, and we need to have the training programs and the funding to support the ecosystem of these young startups. And the third pillar, the third program, has to do with data, understanding data, creating data lakes, improving our data protection programs, how to value data, and so on. So in a nutshell, and I don't know how much time I have, that's the strategy we have. And in terms of execution, we execute through few things. Number 1, we created a dedicated agency in charge of implementing this strategy, which is the Togo Digital Agency. We also we have a set of regulations to empower these agencies. We have a Togo architecture. We're again in discussions with Kazakhstan for the GovStack. We think it's a really brilliant strategy that was developed here. We built a lot of public-private partnerships, either with companies from other countries or within our countries. And so for us, that was the way to accelerate our digital transformation journey. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for sharing insights. Ministry's strategy for fostering the digital economy. Следующий у нас спикер Тигран.
Our next speaker is Tigran Cervenovic. Would you please tell us about what is your view in terms of support and stimulation of digitalization in our region, and how the Eurasian Bank of Development can collaborate and accelerate in partnerships in digitalization in our countries? Good afternoon, everyone. I agree all of the members of this conference. Replying to your questions, responding to the moderator's question, I would like to make a few important statements, which I think will be of interest to those who would like to seek financing and sponsorship and support in making digital transformation happen. So I represent the Fund of Digital Initiatives, European Bank of Development. The foundation was created to help and support governments in making the digital transformation come alive, and help those enterprise and those public sector companies who are taking part in realizing and implementing the projects related to digital transformation, related to the integration projects within the mandate of the Eurasian Economic Commission, within the scope of the European Union. To make this mission come true, we have a few instruments, few tools. The first one is, the most important one is the competency, is the educational, very well aware, very deepened professional experts who are very well aware about what is a digital transformation, who are very experienced, who know both the theory and the practice, who have hands-on experience, who are aware about what the Eurasian integration is. The second is the financial resources, which our foundation has. Each year we have an allocation from Eurasian Bank's allocation budgeting from that. So and that budget goes into filling our foundation so that we can then sponsor this project. It's loans, it's a provision of grants and scholarships, and participation in the capital of those enterprises that have interesting suggestions, interesting digital projects, ideas, and innovations. The ones who seek our help is governments requesting our support in technical and financial support when making digital reforms happen. It's also enterprises who turn to us. Small and medium businesses, enterprises seek grants, scholarships, and financing from us. Apart from all of this, annually we announce a competition for the best digital project in the Eurasian Union, and and this year we've announced a competition. About 74 requests, 74 applicants we have received according to our requirements, and we are, in June of this year, we are planning to, on an annual meeting of our bank, which will be supported by also a large business forum, which will be to present the winner projects and award the winner of those competitions, who will also be subject to our sponsorship to make their projects ideas come true. So this is the experience we have already had previously. So the first announcement is our Digital Initiatives Foundation is ready for a set of financial instrument tools, suggestions, ideas for those who are interested in this topic. The second announcement is that we are positioning ourselves as the center of the competency. You can turn to us also whenever you need the analytics as to what is happening in the digital space of the Eurasian. We have a digital passport for each country. We identify the weaknesses and the strength of a digital transformation in our shareholder countries of our bank. And as a result, we analyze the weaknesses and some areas that need additional financing. The third statement that I'd like to make here is that we have a chance to scale up successful solutions that are already being implemented in our countries. Especially, we already have an agreement of Kazakhstan's government to scale up digital solutions that are being successfully implemented in Kazakhstan, in the countries of and the shareholders and participants of our bank countries. We have an agreement with Tajikistan to get the necessary technical and financial support to implement the digital solutions of Kazakhstan in Tajikistan. We have similar agreements with Kyrgyzstan, with Armenia, and all of that gives us a chance to scale up, to enlarge technical solutions which are quite successful. I'd like to note that the European Economic Union has signed a memorandum of understanding with countries located in Africa. Within the framework of this memorandum, it is said that we are going to interact also in relation to digital transformation as well. And we can say that we could be of great interest to our African partners here because of the specifics of this event, because we have participants from Africa. So I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that those successful solutions which are already being implemented in our countries, we could use them and scale them up in African countries. So from this perspective, I'd like to turn to the World Bank's annual report on digitalization of Africa, and especially in terms of the technological transformation in workforce. The annual report of a World Bank says that one of the most important topics that requires digitalization is the workforce market of Africa. And as the previous speaker has mentioned, Africa is a young continent, and that means that the questions related to the work employee immigration will be of crucial importance to Africa. So from this point of view, we have moved quite far in this topic. we have moved because it has been digitalized. The processes are being the business processes are being digitalized related to the workforce employment and looking for a vacant position, applying for jobs, receiving governmental services for working migrants, and all of that is quite accessible and using comfortable, and it is all presented in a digital application. I'd like the organizers to now please play the video on the screen about the one I spoke. So please.
Это просто. Официальное мобильное приложение «Работа в ЕАЭС». Легкий способ оформить необходимые документы и получить много других нужных и полезных услуг. База вакансий, нотариальный перевод документов, оформление ИНН и СНИЛС, пробный экзамен по русскому языку, медицинская страховка, аренда жилья, оформление сим-карты, проверка ограничений на пересечение границы, много других нужных сервисов в каждой из указанных стран. Мобильное приложение «Работа в ЕАЭС» создано при поддержке органов государственной власти России, Армении и Кыргызстана. Скачай бесплатно прямо сейчас. Работа не знает границ.
Можете сейчас, коллеги, скачать и детально ознакомиться с тем, как работает это приложение. В чем уникальность наших подходов? Как вы заметили, приложение работает в 3 странах, но во всех странах своя собственная национальная архитектура этого проекта, которая учитывает местные особенности и учитывает особенности местного законодательства. И в этом сила нашего фонда цифровых инициатив, умение осуществлять проекты, которые, с одной стороны, обеспечивают трансграничность, но с другой стороны, обеспечивают защиту персональных данных на территории этих стран. С этой точки зрения, вот этот подход, который мы разработали, он безусловно, будет интересен нашим африканским странам, тем более, что в этом плане наш фонд цифровых инициатив является одним из передовых в мире. Об этом свидетельствует и другой проект, который мы успешно реализовали во время COVID. Этот проект назывался «Путешествие без COVID». Это приложение открыло границы 9 стран во время COVID, и это были не только страны, участники Евразийского экономического союза, но также страны СНГ, Молдова, Азербайджан, Узбекистан, также присоединились к этому проекту. И здесь проект цифровой был реализован именно таким образом, что...
There are architectures of their architecture about 8,000 laboratories, medical laboratories use our application, and we serve it about 5 million times used by people, by our partners, to get necessary solutions of crossing the border during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is the application that get awarding FDA, and it was the best digital solution in 2023, and we are thankful for this international organization, which includes about 30 organizations and 40 international banks, and we could win these awards as a best application in digital solutions. And this kind of tools that is developed by our fund is very in high demand, and we offer it to international organizations and African continent, African countries to use these competences and financial opportunities that we have, the Fund of Eurasian Digital Bank of Development. Thank you for your attention. Tigran Suryanovich, thank you for your detailed information about your approaches and about your digital innovations, not only in our country, you have also new regions. Also, I would like to thank you for your contribution in digitalization of our in our country also, and we are hoping to continue our cooperation with you. The next speaker is Natalia. So my first question is for you. What critical problems do you see that CIS countries face in digitalization area, and what's your recommendations to overcome them? Thank you, dear colleagues, dear participants. Good afternoon. I'm happy to welcome to this session and to see you, all of you. And I thank our hosting partners. And thank you for inviting me to this large-scale conference that is taking place in Almaty. Answering your question, I would like to change the direction of this question, because I would not say that we have some critical problems or challenges, but I would like to just make upside down of this question, because our countries of CIS countries, but also that I work closely with, they make some advancement annually in terms of digital development. And I also would say that in the future we have some very, very positive trends, and in the future I would say that we should see not only the problems, but we can analyze what kind of advancement we can reach in the future. But also we have to take into account the geographical location of our countries, and base it on our advancements, as we mentioned today by our ministers and prime ministers, where human-centric approach of digitalization. Before I tell you several aspects that I would like to highlight in my speech, I would say that briefly the priority directions that we as international electricity networks working with in CIS countries, I'm not sure to what extent they are aware about that. So if you give me several minutes, I would just share the information. Our organization is a special agency under the UN in international communications technologies, but at the moment our name is telecommunication technologies, and this area covers IT spheres, startup, and digital transformation as a whole. And in particular, in our region, the member states of our organization identified within the mandate 5 priority directions, and let me tell them, because these priorities identify the sphere of our projects, the sphere of our works in our region. The first priority is connectivity and the development of new technologies, and the development of new technologies in networking, in mobile connections. It concerns to 5G, 6G, and all other standards related to mobile connections. So this is the first priority related to mobile communication. Second priority is cybersecurity, and we see that cybersecurity is becoming more and more, and Kazakhstan is one of the regional leaders in cybersecurity sphere. And the third priority is the creating regulatory or legislative norms that can support digital development in our region, regional countries. Regulatory is one of the important parts that supports secure investment, and it provides security in investment, in innovations, in supporting the startups, IT startups, and when business can understand that the business can get stability in place to develop their business, not only in his own country but in other countries too. And the fourth priority is that we talked about more in all levels, it's digital skills. Digital skills not only So when we say about the digital skills should be also digital skills of the population, of our people. Maybe, for example, women, older generation, they are not enough skilled in digitalization. So this is the main priority. We have to make the inclusiveness of digital literacy among our population. And we also want to cover the disabled people and train them how to use new technologies effectively in order to easier their lives. I mean, the socially vulnerable population. And the last priority that we focus on is smart cities, smart communities, and we see the bright examples of that. Bishkek, for example, Bishkek city, they adopted their own strategy of development of their cities. And in Almaty, in other big cities, we can see they implement digital solutions in order to make more comfortable for population, for citizens. And returning to your question, again, sorry for this information that I took your time. But again, returning to your question, I would say that maybe it is difficult to talk about innovation approaches, but what we see globally and regionally, the main aspects that can affect to get our goals and objectives. The first one is, as I mentioned, we have to base on the agenda of development human-centric approach on digitalization process. Second one is as we see, the main aspect is cooperation and combining the expertise that each country has in order to maximize and optimize the effect of this expertise. We have here the examples. Today our prime ministers also mentioned about them. They offer it on the basis of Eurasian Economic Association, create some general common funds or platforms to exchange experiences. Also, we are highlighting this. One of the examples is about e-govstek, electronic governance. And Miss Minister mentioned about it, and about the digitalization of the government. And in Kazakhstan, we have these bright examples. This is the cooperation of regional cooperation between the countries, and we started this project last year. We started our cooperation with Kazakhstan that allow us to find the solutions in common platform. We can solve the problems and the challenges, and it allows us to localize under the needs of the regions and the countries. So Kazakhstan, for example, Kazakhstan has their own developed platforms and e-gov platforms. They can just spread their initiatives, digital initiatives, for their partner countries. So these kind of cooperation projects are very important for us, that help us to exchange experiences and best practices. So in order, before investing their own platforms, they can just adopt from their partner countries ready platforms, digitalized platforms, and implement in their own country. So we would like to see this cooperation, and we would like this cooperation became wider in larger scales. So the second approach is in general cooperation and partnership in terms of resources, finances, and experts. Why it's important? First of all, the concept of partnership. Partnership is within the documents of the Eurasian Economic Association, and as you know that in our documents it is said that the partnership is the main priority of our association. So consequently, we tried to make more local this kind of partnerships, like the partner to connect concept, where countries have opportunities to express their needs, to discuss the challenges in their countries, and the governments can present their own solutions or best practices, or maybe some financial offerings, suggestions. And doing that, this platform gives us an opportunity to match demand and supply, and to make easier to find the partners or to identify the needs in particular country. So in this term, we are going to make this platform more comfortable. So at the end of the March, we are going to hold a forum on matchmaking roundtables in order to implement our priorities and the partnerships. This kind of work that we to adopt global platforms or to adopt the best experiences in particular countries is important, and it allows us, it's a good opportunity for us to gain some best practice examples and experiences in our region, to combine our efforts, to combine our funds and work together to achieve the strategic goals. Of course, we are happy to see our partners in our forum, in our roundtable discussions, regional forum at the end of March in Astana city. And you are welcome to our events that we are regularly conducting. Thank you very much for your attention.
Спасибо большое за в целом интро вашей организации. Я не работаю в сфере телекоммуникаций, но я никогда не думал, что спектр деятельности Союза электросвязи.
I never thought that it. Thank you very much, and join the forum, and you'll learn much more than you just did. So I'd like to highlight that your organization plays a huge role in building these integration processes between the countries, these initiatives such as GovStack. So probably you should be the one leading this process, and then us from our side will support it. So thank you so much for your presentation. The next speaker, Vyacheslav Anatolievich, your demo. Would you please share your experience of implementation of technological solutions on a national level, and what is the social economic effect that they put on our country's development? Yes, dear Sultan, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello to everyone. I know we are falling behind and you guys must be tired. It's a little hot in here and we are going to finish quite soon. I'd like to briefly mention what we spoke about and where we are heading. Maybe I will probably talk about what we are doing jointly with our colleagues. I hope it's going to be interesting. Yes, can we just skip to the next slide? If you guys hand the clicker over to me, that's going to be great. So where we are now, Kazakhstan is one of the leading. It has one of the leading positions in electronic government according to the ratings of the World Bank. We are on a 6th place in the world for an online services. It's a GovTech Maturity Index, and this first number you see on screen is the United Nations EGTI Government Index. We are on an 8th place in the world according to the online services. It's the 2 largest international ratings where we are in top 10 in our online services. I'd like to highlight that so that you don't have different interpretations of these numbers. The ratings also contain of different subcomponents. So we're talking mostly about online services and services. So as a company of international technology, as an operator of eGov and electronic government, we are the operator for that. So these are our current numbers. Some of them is the part, as we've calculated, is going to be the most clear to you. It's going to be most simple and most informative to you. So more than 92% of the services are accessible online. More than 90% of them are available through a smartphone. More than 50 governmental services have been put on external platforms. I'm sure you all guys use them. It's banking platforms. Within the forum, we don't name the bank names, but basically in each banking application there is a government service, or the least they have is digital ID documents. It's more than 30 of them. More than 46 proactive services. If you have maybe listened to the previous sessions, the Prime Minister and Minister both mentioned it. We always try to talk about it in detail. What is a proactive governmental service? If we are to move up the scale, so the first government services were provided by the government bodies, but then what we said is that how about you guys seek all those services in centers of citizens, centers for operating. But then there was an eGov, then there was eGov, electronic government mobile, and we all started applying for things online. A proactive governmental service means you don't have to file any sort of applications for a service. It's when a government tells you itself, giving you a notification saying, dear citizen, you can do this and that. You had a baby, you had a son, and you can do this, or you are now unemployed, you can apply for temporary support. So basically the government informs the citizens on all sorts of different, let's say you've moved to another place and then the government sends you a message saying no need for you to come to us telling that you've moved. The government helps you re-register your new address, and there's many cases like this, so we constantly try to enlarge them, and we work with all governmental bodies of our country. And that's the story about the proactivity and so on and so forth. In this year, in the last year, we spoke about the story saying that we're going to launch the program. So in January of this year, we've launched our platform called Kaztech. We've collected most basic components of electronic government. We are now still enriching it. This is the platform. What does the platform do? What does it have to do? It's not easy to explain, especially for people who are not into IT. Yeah, it's like, yeah, guys, you did something cool. But why do we need this? What kind of value and influence does this have to our lives and our citizens? This is a platform that we have. It's a tool. It's a set of or let's say a Lego details how the governmental bodies, authorized governmental organizations, and as we hope in the perspective, private business sectors will be able to quickly collect and create new systems and products for governments, for citizens and businesses. We draw an analogy previously as in saying that each informational system is like a separate building. Let's say it's a hotel or some other sightseeing objects such as Bayterek. It's something complicated and not easy. But this platform is gonna give us a chance to create a module buildings from, let's say, blocks, something which can be constructed quickly. That's how we're gonna lower the costs for development. Because according to our calculations, each informational system has about 40% of the components on the modules, which are being developed all over again from scratch each time. It's the authorization, it's the private, it's the SMS message, and all sorts of steps. The minimum of the 40% of the things that the government spends all over again to develop these things. So what we've said is like, okay, this is enough. We're gonna take the base components, and then we're gonna say we did this thing rightly, and let's make it a unified authorization which works for all other services. It could be an electronic QR code or electronic government. So we have this authorization tool. Let's just hand it out to everyone, and everyone's going to use it, and we're not going to spend any more money to this, and we're going to be able to quickly create systems. So this thing is going to let us first cut on our costs, and the second one is going to let us cut the time to market service. So the time we spend from having an idea to implementing it to launching into the market, as we call it. So like website launched, website of this app from the moment of having an idea. So what does that platform consist of? We'll just briefly mention it. It's like a cloud part that has, let's say, some sort of a cloud when there's like development with a great ready BPM detector where we can, it's a monitoring, identification, the tools of security and integration and the front end. And all of this works independently. You don't have to integrate and come up with some things all over again, each time, again and again. It's actually such a cool thing. There's not many matches like this in the world. Actually, there's just a few of them. Those countries who are successfully implementing these projects are obviously are jumping into exporting this to other countries, and that's how they increase the number of their users of their platform, and then they increase them and they improve them. So it's an amazing subject, whereas in 99% it fully presents an open source solutions. So we don't want to take any licenses from anyone. We are not going to kind of be dependent on some vendors and suppliers and developers. We just took the open source. Yes, maybe it's customized somewhere. Somewhere we've improved it. We are going to improve it on ourselves. So it's like a pool of components when the ones we are ready to share within our initiative. That the ones I'll talk about the initiative in more detail a little sooner. What did Natalia talk about? We are now actively interacting with the United Nations and the United Nations within the initiative of GovTech, government tech. So we offer our products, we suggest our digital goods, let's say, for all over the world. So it's all sorts of products that have been shown as great. So in the end of last year, we've transferred 3 of the ones you can see on screen to Tajikistan. This year we're teaching our colleagues, helping them with the training. So these are absolutely great tools. First of all, why? First of all, they're the freshest one, the most latest one, most advanced technological solutions of electronic government. All of them can work on a microservices and so on and so forth. They have so many technological things, and it's absolutely great. And what are the components? What are the systems? The first one is a smart bridge. It's like an integration portal. The ones. So what is the main idea here? Businesses can be integrated to governmental services. It's actually quite a challenging procedure all over the world. However, it took us about 6 months previously, but now it can only take up a few weeks, even quicker than that. So what was interesting about this? First, initially, it was created for the government to integrate with governments. We have about 1,300 G2G integration, government-to-government integrations. During the past year, we've stepped ahead from G2G. Now, businesses are more actively joining the G2G projects, creating new services for citizens on their platforms completely.
So that's why, so you can see value-added taxes. So, and smart document is here. I would say that it's a depersonalized databases that allow us to make the analysis. We can process this data to get some analysis to provide some services. And the next one, super applications, which is named as eGov Mobile. That was 3 years ago. About 500,000 people monthly they use it. This kind of application. I mean the eGov application. They open the in the past it was about 500,000, and then now at the moment 4.5 million people use this eGov mobile application. So you can see 10 times this number was increased. We have the very simple biometric integration. At the beginning, this quality of work of this application was bad. Yes, first half years we had some authorization problems, but now we improved it. We fixed all these problems. Now users actively use this eGov mobile application to get some governmental services, and you can find this in Play Market. You can just fulfill any kind of legislative procedures through this mobile application. You can address or submit your application for governmental bodies. And next one, we have the one unified website. For example, in the past, all sites of the governmental bodies, they are united in one single platform, and we can just within 2 and 3 days we can just we can just support any governmental body sites, and it also can decrease the expenditure cost of rather than developing developing of new sites for each governmental bodies. So you can see also we had a lot of interactive services applications. We are now forming the automatization of the court system, and together with the Ministry of Military Defense, we also developed some kind of platforms, applications, and Ministry of Military Defense. They can get any data through these applications in order to call young people to join the army. And so I am just concluding my speech. Sorry for taking time. As a country, we reached a good high level in terms of digitalization. Now we actively cooperate with our international partners because we had a very successful case with Tajikistan Republic. Now we are actively cooperate with our partners. Thank you for. I would like to thank you, Minister, who is now here participating in our panel session. I hope that we will continue our cooperation with your country, and I would like to thank Natalia for supporting our initiatives and our projects. And sometimes Natalia advertised us, and because she said that she is informing us that when we want to start some bright projects, they said that Kazakhstan has already done this kind of project. So that's why, Natalia, thank you for informing us, supporting us, and so as an information technological operator, we try to make each life of each of you more comfortable. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Rostislav. Yes, I think it is proud of not only our government but of each Kazakhstani citizen, because we have such kind of brilliant platforms and e-platforms, because even when we are abroad, we can have some challenges when online platforms are not available. So, dear guests, let's go to the Q&A session. Your questions. We have financial institution, international organization. We have the Minister of Digitalization of Togo Republic. So if you have any question, please take this opportunity and ask the question that you are interested in, please. You are welcome. So please take a microphone. Yes, I think if one microphone will be among the audience, it will be good. Thank you, speakers, for your presentations. Especially it was interesting to listen to Rostislav. And my question is, when our government last year made a lot of export sellings to other countries, what contribution did you do as an organization to that process? Can you give some numbers? As an organization, and we are as a governmental bodies, we participate to promote electronic platforms in other countries, in our bordering countries. How it works and what is your contribution to this process? Could you give me numbers? Thank you very much. It is a very interesting question. So, but I would like to answer in an unusual way. So you know, the experts of e-government platforms, it's not about making money. Maybe it is strange, but for us it is our commitment as a leader of the e-government platform. in international level, we are focusing on sharing experience, providing our platforms for our partners. So consequently, I can't say that we made some huge contribution to earn money from these experts, but we are discussing. I said that about we reached $500 million of export of IT services abroad. So if you are not, if you don't mind, Ir Sultan will tell you detailed information because he's a director of the in the ministry. He is responsible for the information technologies development, and he is responsible for the exports of IT services abroad. Yeah. As for commercial part of our project, I would say that in general, within the 9 months last year, export was amount to $370 million, comparing to 2022. Annually, it was $30 million. So you can see 10 times we increased the revenue from exports of our IT services abroad. Of course, so many companies from abroad who moved to Kazakhstan, they made their contribution. Such organizations as InDrive and others, they decided to locate in our country because they had favorable conditions in our country, and some of them they became a citizen of. They got the citizenship of Kazakhstan, and they made their contribution, and they gave a big value to local companies, and. So they are not competitors for local companies because they have their international customers. And secondly, we develop our export system through Astana Hub platform. We launched our international Astana Hub in Silicon Valley. If, for example, representatives of any companies can get some IT consultation in US, you can go to Silicon Valley. Our representatives can meet you, can help, can assist you in terms of developing IT startups. Now, it's not a commercial hub initially. It is organized to support our region. We will have in Saudi Arabia such kind of hub, and then we are planning to launch in South Asia. So we are now planning to open such kind of hubs, IT hubs in Indonesia as well. Please pass the microphone to another participant to ask the question. Good afternoon. Thank you for the information that you gave us. Can I ask, you talked about that you develop the environment G2B, G2G, and my question is it possible for quasi-governmental companies get GBD file, like it would help us to develop some internal business processes. For example, the railway company closely cooperate with the citizens, and if you give us such kind of opportunities, not only for the second layer banks, but also in quasi-governmental organizations, you would give us opportunity to solve many difficulties and related to citizens' needs. Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, Minister of Justice has database of our citizens, but what I can say that for each service that related to the personal data provision, there are other services like the controlling the access to the personal information data. So if, for example, a private sector want to develop his own product, IT product, and to get the integration and to get some personal data of citizens, they will connect and they will ask from the governmental bodies of data centers. For example, if they asked about me the information, I will, as a citizen, get the SMS with the code. If I type this code in the IT application that was created, it was written that you are like the proving you are agree to, for example, give your personal information to this IT product. If I type the code, it means that I allow them to use my personal data in using this in IT application. So it's example just for quasi-governmental organizations. This process works in this way. So yes, it's possible, but there should be the citizens' permission of using their personal data in your IT products. So can I comment, Rostislav Anatolich? All the time you can ask other personal questions, but in terms of business, and the business representatives are here. We have the financial institute here who allocate a lot of grants for IT applications, for IT startups. So you can ask the question. If I were you, I would ask some questions about how to apply the financial grants, because we have the representative of the whole Eurasian Development Bank. Yes, I have a question, Rostislav. Thank you. You mentioned about the personal data protection. Do you have some services? For example, I'm a citizen of Kazakhstan. I want to be sure that banks and other organizations do not have my personal information. Yes, I just briefly answer your question. That I explained to you before, like about getting access to your personal data with your permission. So we are now. So we want you to have your personal account where you can see which organizations you give permission to use your personal data or not. And if you see that somebody got your personal data without your permission, you can just refer to the Ministry of to different governmental bodies and ministries to ask why they got your personal data without your permission. So it will be in eGov mobile application. Dear guests, if you have any questions. So if there are no questions, please let's conclude our panel session. And I hope that you got valuable, interesting information from our discussions and the forum itself as a whole. I hope that it was fruitful for you. First of all, it is this forum gives us an opportunity, is a platform, is a place of dialogue where we can communicate with different stakeholders. We have here on the stage our speakers, and the other speakers are now delivering speech in other rooms. So that's why you can it is the good opportunity for you to get some valuable information, and you will use this information in the future in your business. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, we are happy to welcome you on a panel session dedicated to challenges and the trends of digitalization of transport and logistics within the Digital Almaty 24 Forum. I'd like to highlight that today this panel session is going to be within the framework of the Ministry of Transport of Republic of Kazakhstan, and the greeting speech, the opening speech is given to the director of Omar Serghaza, Department of Governmental Transportation. Department Director, can you all hear me? Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, participants of the forum. Digital Almaty International Forum about the transportation and logistics. I'm happy to see you at this panel session, and we thank you for taking part in this. Today we'll talk about the international and local domestic innovations projects in transport and logistics. We'll discuss that, we'll listen about that. This session is hopefully going to be beneficial to all of us and going to be Kazakhstan's government between Asia and Europe. We are an important transit hub. This is a strategic goal that we are being set. It's very well known to you. The digitalization is the main tool and main factor. The Ministry of Transport is carrying active works in this area by managing all of the electronic. We are planning to digitalize all aspects of all that. In collaboration with foreign countries, with neighboring countries, we are planning to do electronic document flow, and electronic e-friar project is being implemented. We are preparing a segment of electronic document flow. The ETS work is being continued. Our colleagues are going to talk about that in detail here. The Eurasian Committee, we are creating corridors of digital transport. We are actively participating on that. All of the activities and matters being done in this area are going to help and facilitate. I'd like to highlight that the Ministry of Transport is always open to innovational startups and innovations, and always ready to support in their implementation for a better effectivity. I'd like to hold this panel session in a format of a discussion, and I'd like you guys to please voice your questions that you have, and I'd like to pass the floor to my fellows, and thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much. Dear friends, my name is Yerzhan Naurzbayev. I am the deputy of KPMC Ltd, company deputy director. Is a joint company with the Kazakh KTG and world's largest PSC international company. And today, within our panel session, we are going to discuss next topics, such as we'll talk about the digitalization of train transport, we'll talk about international transit, we'll also have a mini blog about segment parcel and e-commerce. We will also talk about the logistics of the latest mile. We'll talk about urban mobility, and we have a large topic which is artificial intelligence in the matters of transport and logistics. Our speakers have come from following countries: it's Chinese National Republic, it's Singapore, it's Belarus, it's Kazakhstan. So we have some sort of a task from the Minister of Transport, so that the discussion today is quite active, not like very formal. But my dear colleagues, if you do have any questions, please do not hesitate to raise your hand and voice your questions. So please let me start with giving the floor to a representative of the largest company in Kazakhstan, a national Kazakhstan Temir Kazakhstan train railway station railway company in Kazakhstan. You should know that it's undoubtedly that the importance of this company for the Kazakhstan's economy is huge. Just like a couple of days ago, the president has had a meeting with a representative of the railway. As you might have seen at the Akorda channel, the president has highlighted all of these investment companies of a railway. They've highlighted the importance of a transit potential of Kazakhstan, and also the chairman has reported to President about the realization of large projects of digitalization of railway. And one of the projects that we will hear about here is from a director of a branch of a direction of a digitalization automation of a KTG, Kazakhstan Railway, Nurgaliyev Nurbol. Please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'd first like to thank the organizers of this forum for the invitation. In general, I do understand that as of today, coming from a geopolitical situation, the Kazakhstan's role in the transit potential is huge. I'd just like to say that in the trade between Europe and China, about 85% of cargo that China transports to Europe goes through railway and is loaded through railways. About 25% transit scaling up to 25%. Encountering the development factor is the necessity of digitalization of all the services, and the digitalization of all the operations is a global problem, not only for the participants of this transit, but also for the railway of Kazakhstan. I'd like to talk about digital electronic documents of railway stations. And there are my dear colleagues, can you please give me a hand with this? Seems like there's a bit of a technical. My dear colleagues, so therefore I'd just like to talk about it's very important. All of the informational systems have to be mature and ready enough. As of today, we have about 52 informational systems available, and the maturity and the readiness into forming of this transportation documents of railway, it is there. There will be a speech from our company, of a DTC company, about a digital corridor. I'm sure they will mention this. I'd just like to say that Kazakhstan Railway has been actively working on moving on to the digital electronic documents in the past 5 years, and there are like 27 members of OCDG. Kazakhstan is one of the 27 countries who is a member of electronic transportation documents. What does this grant to Kazakhstan? Obviously, it does give a cut on. It does cut on the time on processing the trains and the capacity increase, and obviously it's about convenience for the clients. On the expensive, on this example, when talking about these documents. So there has been a trusted third site created, which verifies electronic digital signatures of Russian cargo to Kazakhstan's railway, and our side to the Russian receiver side through a third party which is in Russia. This initiative has started in 2019. As of today, this technology is being actively implemented, and about 69% of the transportation documents is being done in an electronic format with Russia. We have a bordering. The Kazakh railway borders with a few countries, and as you are well aware, we have about 15 international cross borders. 8 of them are in Russia. In those 8 of those, we are moving on to formatting all the documents in an electronic way. So we would obviously like to draw up of all the transportation documents with other countries as well, but obviously it all depends on those countries' administration. So we are in continuous collaboration with Kyrgyzstan, with Azerbaijan, and Uzbekistan railways. Unfortunately, obviously it is still at its initial stage, but because their informational systems are not mature, are not ready, equipped enough to fully switch on electronic transportation documents. Our main problem is Chinese, because China doesn't have electronic digital signatures, because that's quite a challenge for us with China. We've been discussing this. We've been talking about this in the past 3 years. We are in negotiation. We couldn't reach a consensus, so we've turned to a company. So one of our business partners is Singaporean PC company, which is a large international holding. Within the partnership, they have launched a digital corridor. My colleagues will talk about that a little later. We'd like the transportation documents from this kind of systems, this kind of BIS systems will be integrated into our systems, and we'll start receiving electronic transportation documents from China. In general, the integration of the systems and the operational functioning of the system is important. I'm not going to list all of the functioning operations of the systems, the main system that forms these documents. I'll just like to add that at the times when we were integrating this ourselves, we spoke about the comfort, because the railway cargo is quite railway transportation is quite hard. So when our colleagues started using digital signatures about 3 years ago, the necessity to just physically walk to the station is no longer needed. So through having a smartphone, you can just verify your electronic signature and file up your electronic documents. This is what we were looking at when moving to China. We wanted to simplify the whole procedure of filing the documents and the cargo at the transit. So a large integration with a DTC system, Digital Trade Corridor, has been done, which we did with a PSCE company. I'm sure it's going to be presented here. And we are basically ready to integrate with most logistics holdings to develop these services. Because we understand that these services are necessary, first of all, for the client's convenience. All in all, that'll do for me. If you do have any questions, I'll be happy to answer regarding the digital documentation. Nurbol, thank you so much, my dear colleagues. We thank you for your presentation. What about, if you don't mind, our next speaker is going to be the general director of a company, global DTC company, Vitang Yong. Vitang.
From where you are or where you want to go up? Yeah, you want to go there? Sir, I think what Mr. Nurgaliyev did, I mean, he basically provided a very nice intro for you, right? It's a nice segue. So from the digitalization of Katager all the way to the digital trade corridor.
Yes. Can we? Можно видео, пожалуйста? Can we run the video?
Можно, пожалуйста?
We have a video for global DTC. Can we run that now?
Via China, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey. Countries are putting efforts to make this route efficient, reliable, and sustainable. With its vast network of logistics assets across Asia, China, and Europe, PSA International brings its expertise, operations, and ecosystem development to the middle corridor connecting it from east and west. This route is going to transform the logistics landscape, providing the fastest and greenest route for cargo owners, driving the economic growth. Global DDC, a subsidiary of PSA International, developed a multimodal trade platform facilitating seamless digital document flow, aiming to boost the growth of the Trans-Caspian international transport route. DDC platform connects railways, ports, customs, freight forwarders, and shippers across multiple counties and going to play a critical role in shaping the future of multimodal global trade between Asia and Europe. Global DDC, in partnership with Kazakhstan Railways and State Revenue Committee, implemented solution for automatic paperless transit declaration submissions, streamlining customs clearance for transit cargo at the China-Kazakhstan border as part of the digital trade corridor. The digitalization of trade document flow provides transparency, optimizes processes, and promotes middle corridor globally.
Spasibo. Can we have the PowerPoint, please?
Коллеги, будьте добры, презентацию.
Dear colleagues, can you please turn on? Can you have put the presentation on, please?
Добрый день. Good afternoon. My name is Witan. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for taking your Friday evening to be here. I know it's very precious. Let me quickly run you through what is Global DTC, what we have been doing, what we hope to achieve some more with our colleagues in the middle corridor, especially with our colleagues in KTG and KGD. Okay, next. Okay, who we are. Basically, if you look at us, we are an idea that was formed more than 5 to 6 years ago to come and look at Central Asia and see how we can unlock the potential of Central Asia. So today, Global DTC, we are a member of the PSA Group. You know that PSA Group, it's one of the largest container companies in the world. We are a technology company. We are out of Singapore. But today, we have over 30 colleagues. And majority of those colleagues are Kazakhstan colleagues in Almaty and in Astana. So I'm very proud to say that we are really invested in Kazakhstan and this region. Okay, just a very quick snapshot of PSA. If you look at the map, you can see all the points of our assets around the world. What is very interesting is that you can see that we are all along the coastal part of the countries. We are very much sea-based. We are not strong yet in land. So what we have decided is that we need to come in here and actually make a footprint. If you look at the Central Asia part of the map, you realize that we are quite empty. If I can direct your attention to the green box on the right, 94.8 million TEU. On the right-hand side, Naprava, 94.8 million. That is the amount of containers we moved last year, 20 foot equivalent units, 94.8. If you translate that to human scale, there is 1 second, 3 containers. So just imagine, 1 second, 3 containers. So that's the amount of work we are doing. And that cannot be done by just human alone. That has to be done through technology, through processes improvement, through digitalization. And that's what we hope to bring to the Middle Corridor together with our partners in KTG. So what is the DTC platform? Very, very simple. If you look at it, if you look at the key features, very simple. It's a digital document flow platform that's 100%. That means what we want you to do is all your documentacy to be digital. I give you an example in Singapore. In Singapore, in the Supreme Court, if you want to file a case, they do not accept paper. You have to put everything on the computer. So we're trying to do that. Of course, this is going to take time. It's not so easy. It's easier said than done, but it's an inspiration for us to do that. Number 2, we will help you.
Второе, мы, конечно, проводим учет, аудиты, да, и мы ориентированы на своих клиентов. И мы начали с...
Your custom clearance from 8 hours down to 30 minutes. That's a lot of saving for a business. Imagine 7 hours, 7.5 hours of time. That's worth a lot of money. The other one, real-time track and trace. The ability to see where your goods are, where your cargo is, that's very important, right, for all the stakeholders in the supply chain. And last but not least, is really we are a collaborative system. So what does that mean? What that means is in every country that we go through, we do not expect you to change your system. You can keep your system. Whatever system you have, you keep, right? But we are a platform, we are neutral, you can connect to us. So if whether you're running Java, you're running C++, you're running monolithic, you're running microservices, you're on a very old system 30 years ago, we talk to you, right? And then slowly bring you up to the integration with everyone else, yeah? So that's what we're doing. We are also hoping, as part of this project, to harmonize the shipping documentation. Today, everybody has different standards, huh? SIM, SMGS, CFAC, everybody wants to do their own thing, right? So how can we then bring everyone together? We cannot overnight say, force everybody to change. So right now, we accept different format. But eventually in time, everybody could be using the same format. Then makes things easier, faster. I give you an example. Today, if you want to transfer money from Almaty to Tokyo, how do you transfer that? You go to a bank, Halik Bank or Forte Bank, you go there, you say, I want to transfer money to somebody in Tokyo. They use a SWIFT network, which is actually an international standard agreed by the banks to be able to exchange money based on standard message type to each other. Same idea, right? Same idea, right? So technologically, intellectually, very easy. But to implement it is actually then working with people, working with the different stakeholders. That's where we are at now. Hopefully one day we can bring this all across from China all the way from Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey, and then Europe. And then the other way. What is the key value that we bring? If you ask me, this is the key value that we bring because we are connecting the middle corridor to China, the biggest market, the biggest manufacturing, the biggest factory, also the biggest consumption base. How can we then connect China to Europe through the middle corridor, through Kazakhstan, through Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey, bring it all together? And how can we provide reliability, accessibility, and visibility? Why do we say that? We've been talking to the Chinese. I've been going to China quite a lot. And every time the Chinese says, you know, Mr. Yong, every time we send a goods into Kazakhstan or we send to Central Asia, it becomes a black hole. The lights are off. We don't know what's going on. So they need to have the ability to see where the goods are, at which point the goods are. Has it cleared custom? Is it waiting in the railway station? What's happening? They want to have the visibility. At the same time, we want to take the information from China and share it with our colleagues in KTZ, in ADY, in Gruzia Railway, so that they have information that, okay, 3 days later, there's a train coming from Xi'an. 5 days later, there's a train coming from Chongqing. So you can plan. You can then plan your resources. You can plan your people. Yeah? So reliability, accessibility, and visibility. So cover this a bit. I mean, essentially, these are the value adds that we bring. At the government level, transparency, growth, volume. At the customer level, the shipper, reliability, visibility, ease of use, right? If you are the factory or the manufacturer. Or for the logistic players, efficiency, cost reduction, business growth. But what does it mean for you? What does it mean for you, my audience, my colleagues? It means that you get, at a human level, access to a greater variety of goods. Access to probably, maybe cheaper goods because things are more efficient. And you know when things are coming. So at a human level, that's what we hope to do and hope to achieve. That's all I have. Thank you very much, Rahmat.
Thank you, Witan. I think it'd be fair to say that you've painted a pretty great picture of building the digital trade corridor. However, I cannot help myself but ask, there's got to be some challenges that you face when building this corridor, both in Kazakhstan and across the Caspian Sea. Can you share with us maybe a bit of these challenges and how you overcome them?
Sure, maybe chuchut. I think if I take, again, another experience from Singapore, when we embarked on our digitalization journey 40 years ago, 50 years ago, it was very difficult. Nobody wanted to use technology. Computer, no. Then I will lose my job, you know. Then it opens up everything and all. But fast forward, today, we cannot live without electronic services, right? Your eGov, your ETP, your all these things. So for us, the same we're encountering now, going through the middle corridor in Kazakhstan, in Kazakhstan, whether it's in Altinkoy or Aktau, or going to Baku and going to Poti and Batumi and all these places, you find that actually the resistance is actually the people. The people willingness to change. So it's really then work, that's one of the obstacles, and really how we can then work very closely with these people and convince the stakeholders that, look, this change is going to bring you from here to here. There's going to be a lot more benefits. So that is very time consuming. And that is what our team has been doing. I have my colleague Janara, she's sitting there. She was in Gruzia for 1 week, 2 weeks ago, and talking to the Gruzia Railway and Gruzia Railway Logistics and Transport, talking to them, say, okay, no, if we do this, no, then say, oh, wow, okay, maybe that's something we can do. So it's people, then the other one, infrastructure, whether the infrastructure in place. Some places you really need to invest in modernizing the ports. So that's where our other company, KPMC, where Mr. Jajan is, their job is to go and look together with PSA where we can invest, to bring in more cranes, more training for operators. How can we unlock the efficiency of all the ports, the assets? Yeah. The last is, I think, governance, legislation, and all this. So I think this all will take time.
But overall, you'd say that here in Kazakhstan, you're getting the support required from KTG, from Ministry of Transport, and from other agencies?
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, if it's a big DA, right? DA, right? Definitely, we're very grateful for the support from the ministry and from our colleagues from KTG and also KGD, if you're here, right? And many stakeholders, because it's not just these 3 stakeholders, but many people. So I think Kazakhstan is like the big brother. They are taking the lead. They are pushing this, and then we're working very closely, and we've got very good support from the leadership in Kazakhstan. So we are very grateful for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Witan. Thank you. I think the key message that I heard is that Kazakhstan is the big brother. We like it, Witan. Thank you. Друзья, мы обсудили 2 темы, да, мы начали с цифровизации.
Dear friends, we discussed 2 topics. We started about the logistics and building the middle corridor from China to Europe. And the next block, we are going to talk about working about the delivery system, post and parcels and e-commerce. And I would like to give the floor to the first speaker, Pak Semyon Dmitrovich. He is Executive Director of the Businesses of Kazpost company. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I would like to start thank you, organizers, of this event. I'm very glad to be here to listen to other speakers and to gain the experience of digitalization of our partners. When we talk about the Kazpost, Kazpost to be in e-commerce, and it is one of the major factor to any post operators to be developed. And according to the statistics of the global overview, 6 out of 10 internet operators, there is one minimum online shopping a day. So I think this digitalization process will be very fast and in trend. And one of the main trends, I think, in digitalization process is a significant role of the marketplaces and their effect to logistic businesses. And I think exactly they can dictate the requirements, benchmarks of storage of the goods and the delivery periods of time of delivery. So, and I think the most important word is integration, direct integration of other people with other partners, with logical operators, and with the custom services. So this is one of the important aspects. And in this context, I would like to say that about the digital projects of Kazpost, it is first is the open IP platforms for local and international marketplaces and for logistic companies. This platform allows us to accelerate the process of integration between Kazpost and other stakeholders of e-commerce markets to get access to the services of Kazpost. And taking into account the global character of the e-commerce, the given platform work in Kazakh and Russian and in English, Chinese languages. Also, I would like to note that integration of Kazpost and Astana One, this is the KGD service. Within the framework of this integration, we could automate the process of custom declaration documents of the parcels from the international marketplaces. Also, this integration allows us also to be the full empowerment operator in e-commerce platform, and we provided about more than 1,000 services that amounted to 11 billion tenge. And responding to the new challenges, Kazpost integrated a new product, cargo to mail. Many marketplaces, they prefer to deliver the express shipping. So we developed a new product that allows you to receive the parcels as a good, and then we can wrap and deliver to the customers individually. Also, I would like to say briefly about the service Kaspas Keruen. This is the delivery from Germany and the US. Our customers can order any kind of goods on marketplaces of USA and German. Then they can get the parcels from US and Germany in Kazakhstan. In 2024, we are going to broaden this service. We would like to include China, United Arab Emirates, and Turkey. And all digital solutions are focused on efficiency in delivery and time of delivery. Talking about the trends, I would like to note about the challenges that we face. And in my position, we make analysis and discussions about US and European Union marketplaces, and we should admit that Kazakhstan doesn't attract these marketplaces, and we decided to change our strategy, and we want to provide our services to Central Asia and Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan will be as a central hub. And this offering will be interesting for our clients and partners. And we decided to make partnership with our huge partners in China, with the OTO company, who is a leader in logistics sphere in China, and has a big experience and resources in developing the express delivery, express post, and they have the experience in integration of Chinese marketplaces. It allows us to widen the access to the Chinese marketplace. So it is briefly that I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for such an overview of all the new products and services from Kazpochta. I've drawn a lot for myself from today's presentation. I'm going to test all of the products myself very soon. Semyon, you've said you've carried out an interesting research with international press. So the question is in terms of digitalization and automation of the processes. Who does Kazpochta look up to? Who is your large benchmark for Kazpochta? Well, that's an interesting question, because it was the case, as in before, it was said that the pochta, like part delivery, mail needs to be compared into compares. So, but as of today, we try to work with those mails who are ahead. So obviously, it's about Singapore. Deutsche Post, obviously, with their DHL solutions. Obviously, we are actively discussing Estonian mail as well. They have some cool solutions available. So we're also are in negotiations with courier, with delivery companies who have their roots in the marketplace. So it's good to mention the Sanyao, Alibaba Group, GD Logistics, JD.com. And basically, all of the information that we got from them, all of those help us facilitate, and in the future will help us step ahead and kind of catch up to what we were falling behind. Thank you so much, Semyon. I think the people in the group will agree with me. Kazpochta is now quite progressive, quite ambitious team is working over there. I'm sure at the next Digital Almaty we will be discussing your latest trends and success. Thank you very much. The floor is going to our friend from China, Vice President of YT Express Group. It's a large partner of a national Kazpochta Group, Mr. Ming Chung. The floor is yours, please.
I'm Yin Chun from the YTO Express. I'm invited to speak at the forum. I better under communication and the understanding my presentation, I switch from the English to Chinese. So 各位好，今天我讲解的题目呢是关于科技如何去引领业务的创新和发展。那么首先呢，我做一个
I'll switch to Chinese. Какой канал нажать?
Okay.
Правильно? Правильно? Следующую страницу, пожалуйста. I'm the vice president of the company, and I'm responsible for all of the technological development of our company. The development of the main business systems. So my speech is divided into 4 main parts. In the first and second part, I'll talk about the general overview delivery of express deliveries in China and about the development of our company. The third part, I'll talk about the technological process and how it is being happened and how it is being evolutioning. And at the end, I'll talk about the forecast that we have and about the trends we think will happen. First of all, let's look at the whole development of the all express delivery in China. We think the system is absolutely great, has done some miracle. Starting from 2014, the level has the first place in the past 10 years. In 2023, the overall capacity of deliveries has come to 132 pieces and is up to 69% of overall deliveries in the world. If we are to look about this quickly developing industry of our company has been developed in the past 24 years, and we developed at the beginning we had 17 employees in 2000 years. Now we have about 500,000 employees in our company. Right now we deliver our parcels to more than 150 regions and countries of the world, and right now our deliveries and all our technologies and financial modules are concentrated in, and they match international parcel chains. We believe the UT Express has received a great development push. It's because it has been actively developed. Electronic commerce is actively developing right now, and all of this has encouraged our company's development. And when it comes to technological service, UT Express, we have 2 types: informatization, digitalization, and artificial intelligence. All of this is based on these most 3 pillars. First of all, regarding the informatization, all of the process we've transferred from offline to an online format, and based on our rich experience among all of our digital solutions, we are pushing, promoting our activity, and all of this lets us make our products much more smarter and much more progressive. I will now talk about the scenarios as to what do we do, how do we improve the effectiveness of our activity. First of all, I'd like you to pay attention on this picture on the slide. We do currently use the electronic document. It is quite modern according to comparison to the previous one, the invoice. If we look at to the previous invoices that we had, it was supposed to be filled in manually. At the time, it would take up a lot of time, and it was necessary to spend quite a lot of work for us to fill in this. So this is an example that you see on the left side. But on the right-hand side, you can see an electronic invoice. It gives much more convenience to our clients. Right now, our clients fill in the electronic invoice. They don't have to fill in all of the information manually. That's how we cut the cost of information. Apart from this, using this special code, the one we use in invoice, we could much more effectively monitor the whole path of the parcel that are being sent through our company. Also, this electronic invoices help us keep the confidentiality, because that's how we provide security of the whole system of deliveries. And since we do not use any paper, we do match all of the green development requirements of sustainability. Right now, we use a special allocation center. The express deliveries are traditionally, we would make the allocation, we would make the sorting of the parcels previously. That would take us a lot of time. Whereas now, what we need is, previously we would have to scan each of the parcels, and accordingly we did need a lot of workforce. For example, for 100,000 parcels, we would spend a lot of time, about 7 hours, and a lot of people. Today, using all of the digitalization and automatized systems, we can see that we have cut on times on forming everything of these parcels. All of this automated equipment right now is automatically being identifies the destination of the parcel, identifies which container does this belong to, and directs it into the necessary container. Right now, we only need about 5 hours for all of these 100,000 parcels. Regarding the third scenario, what we see right now is how all of this being used, how can we use the digitalization effect to increase the productivity of our parcels. For example, if you are sending a parcel from Beijing to Shanghai, you need about 2 days, but we do know that each parcel, when it's being transferred, there can be some situations, some unexpected weather, I don't know, some traffic, because all of that affects the time of the delivery. However, so express delivery should constantly look for solutions to provide the effectivity and timely delivery. So therefore, the previous method that we used before was about using the hand checking. Does this go to each parcel?
At the moment, we use digitalization solutions in order to establish. We distribute it to several stages, and is automatically we can track our parcels, in which location it is, and automatically the data is collected and sent to our seller points. And with the help of our mobile technologies, can timely, without mistakes, can deliver this data to the data process centers. And in conclusion, I would like to say that how we use the artificial intelligence in express delivery posts. In our distribution center, we established special webcams to collect the information in real time, and this all collected data will send to the dispatcher's office, and we see we can see how this process is going. In the past, when we had these cameras, it was the process, data process was processed by hand. But now we may all, by integrating the artificial intelligence, we could achieve these things, and with the special models of modern technology, they can even forecast, and also we can track this information in the future processes. And in conclusion, I would like to say that the general analysis in Yuto Express, we want to connect China with all the world. Our mission is connecting China with other countries in the world, and we're ready to establish mutual cooperation with our partners on the basis of mutually beneficial conditions to provide high quality services. And we are ready to share our experience and all dividends that we have, and in terms of technology and digitalization. And here is my email. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for a great presentation. Thank you for the insights and updates. Just one quick question. In the end, you mentioned that YTO Express Group, the goal of the group is to link China to the rest of the world. From what I understand, in this quest, in this journey, Kazakhstan becomes a very important hub for you, like a very important transit hub. And with that being said, can you elaborate a little bit on your partnership with the Kazpost?
OK，应该 这次来这个哈萨克斯坦出差哈，最核心的2个目的，一个就是参加本次 forum， 其中另外一个更重要的就是我们跟
Of course, the most important is to meet with our colleagues from Kazpost and discuss in detail how we deliver Chinese parcels to Kazakhstan. This is our first step, and the second step is we can discuss in what way we can create our special logistic hub in Kazakhstan to deepen our partnership, and furthermore, except Kazakhstan, also together with Kazpost, we can provide services for Central Asia.
Don't forget that Kazakhstan is the big brother, right? So Kazakhstan always needs to play a role, right?
Yeah. 谢谢.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, can you pass me the clicker? The clicker?
Yeah.
Can you pass it? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Дорогие друзья.
Dear colleagues, now we go to our next block is when the parcels go to the distribution centers, and they have to go to the last destination. And I would like to give the floor General Director and the founder of one of the successful projects in digitalization in CIS countries, our Kazakhstani company, and it is founded in Almaty in 2016. And Baurjan will tell about in detail. Baurjan, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Yerjan, for your introduction. Good afternoon, dear friends. So I prepared my presentation in Kazakh language, and then half of my presentation will be in Russian language. So because in Kazakhstan we have to speak in Kazakh language. So today I would like to say that it's not only topic will be discussed not only about Kazakhstan, but it concerns it is the big trend related to all over the world. So today I would like to introduce our company, Relog company. I am responsible for executive general director of the Relog company. Our product consists of several blocks. First is a dispatcher system for logistics, and the second one is the block for top managers. It is analytical system, and the third one is a delivery system. And this application is focused on delivery and the logistics sphere. So all these our applications consist in Relog, and our algorithm is made by machine learning, with the help of machine learning, and 40% of our partner companies, we can decrease the expenditures on transportations, and also we can decrease the time of delivery. I mean the accelerated delivery time. In other words, despite the difficulties in logistics, we help our clients to implement this process in one click. Today, Relog in CIS countries, we have 300 companies in 6 CIS countries. I can name Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Sulpak, Metro Cash and Carry, and our customers. They are our partners. They are quite well-known brands that are our clients. They use our applications, Relog application. As you see, we are as a Relog. We work in different directions, in different spheres, and we cooperate with the leaders in each sphere since 2019. About 50 million deliveries were made by using Relog, and we hire the best IT specialists in our company. There are the best experienced IT specialists could develop such kind of very comfortable application and software. And in this market, we are one of the best. We could develop one of the best technologies in our sphere, and we could achieve our results being one of the best application. Now I will continue in Russian language. So trend that I would like to say, the trend that I am focusing on is developing the electro transport in Kazakhstan. In fact, this sphere is developing in high speed. And of course, industry proved that e-cars have a lot of advantages comparing to fuel-based cars. That's why I would like to say that we have to understand where is Kazakhstan's position in e-vehicle in the future. So let's start about Uber. Uber by 2040 is going to have all electric cars in their car parks, and then by 2040 all Uber cars will be working only by e-cars. And for example, 2024, according to statistics in China, most percentage of cars sold in China were electric cars. And so we can see that in auto industry, China is dominating in terms of e-cars. 60% of all sold e-cars in the world was Chinese cars. Can you imagine? 60% of sold e-cars in the world was Chinese cars. And in 2023, e-cars could overtake Tesla cars. So Chinese electric car industry is developing in very high speed. And in 2022-2023, Tesla cars charging points increased by 2 times. Also, NIO and Zeekr also, they launched their project on developing the e-car charging stations. In Kazakhstan, in Almaty, for example, more than 100 charging points we have in Almaty city. It is fast charging stations and slow charging points. In last 2 years, 100 charging stations were built in Almaty. Can you imagine? So 2 years ago, we didn't have any charging stations. And at the end of 2023, in Kazakhstan, there are more than 700,000 e-cars and 4,000 cars across Kazakhstan. And in 1 year, the number of e-cars in Kazakhstan was increased by 13.3%. So we are increasing. What kind of supporting measures we have? So there are some zero tax privileges for e-cars. For example, you will not pay taxes when you buy e-cars, and only 15,000 tenge for physical entities. In general, in August last year, the world adopted the world map on developing EV infrastructure, and as a result, they will subsidize the charging stations around the world. And we have the DAMU program to subsidize e-cars, e-buses, and every mayor of the city, I think, will prioritize this, developing the e-car system and the e-buses. And our mayor's administration said that by the end of the 2024, all public transport will be electric buses in Almaty. So we are waiting for these results. And what we have further, first of all, we have last year there was a prohibition of charging electric cars on underground parkings. So it is not allowed in our country to charge your e-cars on the ground parking, because we didn't have any kind of incidents, but government decided to prohibit charging e-cars in underground parkings. Of course, also we have to continue importing the e-cars and some tax privileges. Let's continue this tax privileges for e-car imports. Also, we in Uzbekistan in Uzbekistan have 3 times more electric cars than in Kazakhstan. So recently BYD CEO visited Uzbekistan, and with the president of Uzbekistan, they opened a new factory producing the BYD cars, and they were planning to produce 50 cars, and then they are going to increase these numbers. And BYD in the future, I think Uzbekistan will overtake Kazakhstan in terms of e-car producing. You know that in Kazakhstan we have the factory where e-cars are assembled. Do you know how many e-cars were assembled in Kazakhstan since 2016? 140. 140 e-cars were assembled in Kazakhstan. So we have some measures of supporting, but during the 8 years, if we could assemble only 8 cars, like the models of Kia and Jugs, it is very not good numbers. So we have to take the gain experience from Uzbekistan. Of course, subsidizing is good. We have to continue. We have to develop the EV infrastructure. We have to develop the charging stations for public buses, and we have to develop our e-car taxis and of public transportation system, because it's very important and very beneficial. So in conclusion, I would like to say that in my opinion, in the world there are 2 technological trends. First one is artificial intelligence, the second one is EV, electric vehicles. And we are very far from the epicenter of these revolutions of artificial intelligence. We are very far from Silicon Valley. We are located very far from Europe. We even don't have access to the sea, to the ocean. So now, for example, there is a big automobile revolution in our neighboring countries, and we think we have to take participation in this revolution in order to build new Kazakhstan, to improve our Kazakhstan, and to take advantages from these opportunities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Такой подробный обзор.
Thank you for such an insightful overview about the cars industry. So the question is now addressed to Baljan and Simeon. In terms of cargo transportation as of right now in 2024, what are the perspectives of using electro vehicles in Kazakhstan? So it's extremely beneficial. The economy of electric vehicle is much more beneficial than fuel-based cars. Even if it's like going to be 50 tenge for a kilo hour, it's going to be, if you take the average price for fuel, it's going to be on approximately, the EV expenses are going to be 3 times lower. Only the time. Also, you should add in there the maintenance costs, which are absent in the electric vehicles, because electric vehicles do not break, because the most expensive one is because they have complex. The engine doesn't break, so they don't need that much maintenance. So obviously, the future is all behind the electric vehicle in terms of in terms of the necessity for economy and in terms of cost saving. Thank you so much, Simon. Regarding the mail, we've traveled the world, and I totally agree with Baurjan. The future is bright and great. So it all correlates with everything that has been said in the presentation. It's all about the infrastructure. If you have chargings, yes, let's use it. It's quite a problematic story nowadays. There is a future. Our neighbors in China, it's happening right now. There are electric vehicles, electric cars, 20-ton cars, trucks, low tonnage cars, something like tuk-tuks. The whole line is present already, so it all depends on an infrastructure whether are we going to be able to do it. Obviously, economically, it's obviously beneficial. Just look at the ecology of the city. Just the answer is there. It's obvious. Thank you very much. And now let's move on to the next block. We spoke about the cargo transport, but let's now talk about passenger transport. So now the Onai Transport Holding Director is now going to be presenting his speech. Yerjan, thank you so much. I'm happy to greet all of the members of today's panel session. I'd like to welcome our foreign guests from different countries. You've spoken about your interesting cases. I'd like to share a small story about how digital solutions have completely changed and impacted a huge, a whole industry. And in accuracy, I'd like to talk about Onai. Onai its story started in 2015. And the main KPIs that were set for the project were, first of all, it was about to highlight, to kind of bring to the light that scale of financial amount of money that is present on the passenger transportation. The second project is to create comfort for passengers to be able to pay for their transportation, to make it convenient for them. Oh, I can see my presentation on screen now. Within the framework of this project, we have carried out quite an extensive workload. You all are aware Almaty is the leader on special categories. We have about 1,200,000 people who have benefit groups. We have qualified about 25 benefit groups, and what we register is about 1.5 million trips a day only in Almaty that are using public transportation. More than 3 million unique passengers a year who have ever used public transportation, have ever used the services of public transportation. For the passengers' convenience, we've developed our own mobile application called Onai, which helps, as of today, first of all, helps monitor the performance of public transportation, helps them see where the cars are, which destinations are they using, and we've also adapted this application for the categories of people who are disabled. There's a chance to be able to pay for your transportation using a QR code, using your virtual card, or using your physical banking card. So our mobile application as of today is one of the top 5 most popular downloaded applications within the country's framework in the category of App Store and Google Play markets. Also, our mobile application today is not only developing in direction of we cover not only payments for transport, but we cover other payments as well. An amount of unique users we have is more than 1.5 million. I think it's quite a substantial amount. And in implementing digital solutions in public transport, we have covered dispatcher traveling. We've managed that. So the system, we have more than 4,000 cars, and some other cars who who do the garbage removal. We monitor about 250 routes. We are present not only in Almaty, but also present in other cities as well. Also, the system we have for the monitoring and managing has more than 100 bus parks, where we monitor and manage on a daily basis, day and night. As a result of all these products is a provision of a quality reports to. We provide this kind of big data that gives a chance to analyze the performance as both transport and to see the whole matrix of the correspondence of our passengers and the people. And all of this gives us an opportunities for both for local government bodies to create a more optimal destinational plan. I'd like to share the effects that were achieved during this because of these digital solutions. Let's say at the time when this project was being started, we had about 7 million turnover, about 7 billion. In 2023, we've come to a number of 96 billion. That means this industry is becoming large, is improving. So these are the indicators we have right now. All of this has encouraged us to move forward and for the quality improvement. Let's say in 2015, the quality was as of 65%, and in 2023 it has come to 98% of the quality. I'd like to say that in 2015 Almaty we only had about 1,300 units of buses. Let's say we had about 1,000 unit buses at that time, and an average age, let's say, of a bus was about 13 years. In 2023, what has changed during this period? We have changed. A lot of things have changed on the market in Almaty, and on the roads we have about 2,856 units, and the plan of 2024 is about 4,000 units of transports that are going to be circulating on the routes of the city, and the average age of buses is about 2 years. So we drive new cars which are much more comfortable, much more better, and that means that the market is being renewed and is being. We can see what is the capacity, what is the volume, what is the necessity of the passengers, and the financial institutes are now investing into the public transportation. If we are to talk about the plans, where are we heading to in general? For us to be able to develop digital ecosystem of public transportation, we see how we make it deeper of exploitation and technological and technical maintenance of units. For us to make this happen, we aim to first of all receive a full information data of each bus to implement a centralized technical maintenance and sustainability of the transport. This will help us reach this kind of the following. First of all, it's the increase of safety and the comfort of transportation. You can see that we have some cases some facts that are when the buses have some big accidents. So the question is about how well are the technical regulations being complied. So we'd like to increase the transparency. It's both for the clients, for the authorized bodies, for the technicians, and we have to monitor how is everything happening, because the market is still not clear today in terms of the control. So although there is some sort of regulations that need to be kept, but although this will give us the chance to develop a competitive field where at the end the market has to have strong players that are aimed at providing quality transportation services. Obviously, all of this will help us attract more stable and significant investment, and all of this jointly will help us optimize the price, the cost of owning the buses, which should impact on having the balance of quality and prices. So say owning, keeping all that should match the quality of the transportation. Well, I don't want to take up much more of your time because I do still have a lot to talk about, but I believe it's like at the end of this day, it's already late, so let's stop here. Thank you so much for such an informative presentation. Yes, we still have 15 more sessions. Thank you so much for being here with us. The floor is now given to Valery Verkovsky, Minister of Belarus, Transportation of Belarus. My topic was left last, something like a cherry on the top of a cake. So whenever I heard the speeches of my previous fellow speakers, I was quite happy to hear that the tendencies that I will be talking about right now are already actively, professionally being implemented in Kazakhstan. So if we were to talk about, I'll just briefly mention about who do I represent. I do represent International Technological Consortium Civilization, which was organized in the last year with the participation. It was organized in Belarus. We do have partners, and we work with European Union, and we work Eurasian Union, and Caucasus, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Central Asia, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, obviously, and China, of course. We're partnering with China in about 5 years. In transport corridors, we have this kind of retrospective overview about what's happening on the market. If we were to talk about my topic, you guys, my dear fellow colleagues, you can see that my colleagues have confirmed that artificial intelligence is one of the main trends, technological trends of our time. It's very important. It is known that the human history, any sort of significant technology that goes into humans' hands, it has both sides. You know, it has positive and negative sides. You have to be able to use it correctly so that this technology is beneficial mostly, because it can harm too. Whatever was happening, the events that were taking place are not like a coincidence, like they come out of nowhere. We could be judging, we could be saying, when we were interested in this topic for quite some time, and analyzed everything that's happening on developed markets.
So, according to the research of the 20th century, and according to the McKinsey and other big IBM companies, surprisingly, they were right about their predictions that by 2024, all existing international supply chains will be redesigned on the principles of modularity and new digital technologies. And international supply chains is a unique system, and of course, last year we can observe that in European unions there are building blocks that allow to create special supply chains in the form of puzzles, and it was predicted that by 2024 supply chains will not belong to some companies, or it will be collaborative. They will work collaboratively with big ecosystems, with big personalized and authorized participants, and we can see now today this trend. And last, by 2026, most of the supply chains will use artificial intelligence and machine learning to ease and facilitate of decision-making processes. If we talk about AI and machine learning, these two technologies allow to create autonomous supply chains and will allow automate logistic processes, which is very important in real time, and make some operational processes, which is one of the responsible part, is making decisions when we want to change something in supply chains. So it is very important to make the right decision, and we think that in integrating the different kind of platforms and the modules will allow us to facilitate working centralized process, and will allow us to what happened? Oh, sorry. Will allow us to see the supply chains as one united process, and make us we can predict what will be in the future. And in my today's message, in order to develop and integrate the AI into supply chains, international experts and our Russian experts developed 3 knowledge spheres and the 3 competences that are managers that should acquire who work with supply chains. These 3 areas of knowledge and competences here you can see in the slides. Sorry that I'm sorry that I'm using English slides. I thought that in audience there will be English speaking participants. First knowledge is seamless collaboration sparks productivity gains. It is like the cooperation as a factor of it's clear, but cooperation using AI means that the people should have certain skills and knowledge in this sphere to work and to work in supply chains sphere. And that's why experts recommend focus on conscious collaboration involvement in supply chains, and it will help to collect topical data and allow us to identify the challenges and problems that can predict some disruptions in supply chains, because before in the past now we just after identifying we try to solve these disruptions, but if AI helps us to predict future disruptions in supply chains, we can make some measures, take measures in advance. In international supply chains, all can decrease, mitigate the stress, and save the expenses. And within this collaboration, we have to, like, the next competences that managers and users should have acquire is cultivation of cooperation of technology, communication of technology, and the human being. It is not easy process, and with the help of machine learning, this process can be done, and involving the big partners, they will collect the topical new data, fresh data. But when we have the big multi-chaining models, that in the real time we can solve the problems. These competences that is in my slide that experts recommended to gain. Second one is to get real data and transforming from orthodox old managerial approach to predict the problems. Like rather than solving the existing problems, we have to be able to predict and to prevent the upcoming problems. And so in order to predict these problems, it's necessary to acquire next skills. Is with the help of creating models, we have to, like, the creating model is not expensive. We can check or test these models and identify the weak chains in the supply chains and then modernize them. And eventually we have to involve digital technologies in making decisions. And third sphere that I told you before at the beginning of my presentation is generative AI. As it is said, it helps us serve as a counterweight to global complexity and let leaders detect approaching threats as well as enable proactive mitigation. Supply chain shall incorporate generative AI and including simulation and modeling of complex systems, transportation optimization, product life cycle management, and customer service. And the supply chain that includes AI will provide the analysis on the basis of these models and give opportunity to optimize transportation and the product lifecycle management, and also it can be also the most valuable stuff in supply chains based on my own experience, who make right decisions and effective decisions, who save the supply chains, is because of such kind of stuff we can predict the situation and prevent any problems that can be occurred in the supply chains. And as for machine learning in supply chains digitalization, those people who work with the machine learning, you know that it is effective if you use machine learning to identify the problems and the optimization of supply chains. And so in order, we have to train our staff, use machine learning to identify and automate non-value added activity and augment more complex decision making, and support people through machine learning transformation by leading digital skills development programs and by recruiting new skills externally, and navigate the transformation by developing an integrated end-to-end roadmap that is driven and prioritized by the business case. Thank you. We have only 2 minutes. Sagib Darkhan, please, can you tell us about your case? Darkhan, please. The time is over, but I would like to ask you just to explain us, to share your case. Good evening, dear participants, dear colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity to deliver a speech in this platform and share our success stories and success cases in the digitalization of the management system. Digitalization of the logistic management system. Dar Rail company is one of the private railway logistic companies in Kazakhstan who has access to the railway networks, and it transports the goods. Please, can you return to the first slide? Our company is one of the largest private logistic companies. The first one is, as you know, is a Kazakh railways companies. Our companies was founded in 2016 as an operator of providing services in logistics sphere, and now we are the full logistic company, and we have we transport 30 million tons of goods every year, and each of the 10 tons that is transport from Kazakhstan is transported by our company. You know that Kazakhstan plays one of the main roles in developing the railway infrastructure in all spheres, in the level of Ministry of Transport and Enterprises Chamber. The uniqueness of the company is the full concentration of the management and operational resources on building effective and safe transportation processes. At the beginning of its activity, company, all management systems, processes was oriented to practical effectiveness based on the experience. And 7 years ago, all operational processes concerning planning, organizational, and transportation processes and other services were implemented by hand or with the help of 1C company. But by the increasing the number of services that we provide, it led to automate our processes. Except that it was necessary to effectively use operational systems, and as the automated system ASUMMM was not comfortable for us, was not nice for us, and it required using anyway human capital, and there was human factors interfere. So that's why we tried to find another solution. And analyzing the other systems, we found out that we didn't have a unique automated system that was designed on specific areas. So adaptation of the existing system and the existing solutions as ASU-ST, ASU-MM, Gidural required huge financial expenditures, and it was not all the time possible because all these technical solutions were created in 1980s, and that's why it was very old systems. And there was no unique system of logistic management system, and these systems were not ready to take this process. So that's why we decided to create our own ACU system. And there were identified 5 principles on creating this system. It's a systematic approach and a technical exploitation benchmarks. What does it mean? That on the basis of projects should be unified classification of request system of the railway administrations. And the third principle was independence, safety, and so solutions. We exploit old locomotive electro rails that was produced in Soviet Union time, and they are still in good conditions, and they can work and transport the goods. So we are working on the one-year contract. Every year we renew our contracts with the relevant bodies, and so we are limited enough in our financial resources and time, so we can't afford to spend big investments for long-term IT projects in taking into account this changing IT sphere. So that's why we try to complement this our automated solution with GPS, and it helped us to collect a lot of data during the transportation process, and so we also could identify the rating of the readiness of our railway park. And as a unified the system, so what about the results? The digitalization solution is integrating the new technologies into the business processes of our company that increases the competitiveness of our company, and we could optimize our expenditures on operational process, and we automated operational processes, and we could improve the exploitation identifications, and we could influence the improvement of providing services. What are the future plans? And in the future, we are now working on the development of our digital solutions. Now we are working on the architecture of the supporting solutions of our dispatchers, and we are working on the key factors that can influence on the particular situations, and we try to in the future to automate our process that can predict to what they can lead, in particular making the decision process, and we try to implement and integrate the system of multimodal logistic transportation project. Also during our projects, we faced challenges that we had to meet the requirements, legislative norms, but we agree with these requirements, but it can limit some startups who try to automate or digitalize their process in the field of railway transportation. Thank you very much. That's all. Darkhan, thank you very much. Dar Ale company's representative. Dear participants, dear speakers, thank you very much. Our session was lasting so long. Today we discussed the railway transportation system. We discussed about the corridor from China to Europe. Also, we talked about the post services and delivery systems. We talked about the artificial intelligence. We also talked about the public transport service. I think everybody took many takeaways, and I hope we will meet next time, next year. Thank you, guests. Thank you for speakers. Thank you, Minister of Transportation.